Warning: this live stream is unfiltered. It contains content not suitable for minors, the elderly, those of middle age, young adults, pregnant persons, anyone nursing a child, those who may become pregnant, balding individuals, individuals operating heavy machinery, driving an automobile, flying an aircraft, using any electronic device, or who are or may begin breathing. Viewer discretion is advised, but let's not kid. You'll watch anyway.
You found a skeleton. How would you tell it's a dinosaur? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on that.
Hey everybody, welcome to, I guess the show doesn't really have a name, it's just like, hey, we're gonna stream until you let us stop. Because...
Hey, welcome to Hi, it's me.
yeah. I mean, on the one hand, like, the amusing version of this is like, I'm Mr. Krabs, I like money. The less amusing version of this is like, you know, this channel needs to survive if I want to keep this as my, you know, full-time gig. So what we're doing is we're encouraging things that take the income of the channel and move it from the fickle YouTube algorithm and more towards the regular income that doesn't depend on YouTube deciding to take a dump on me.
We're gonna take it and we're gonna push it over there.
Exactly. So, oh, I forgot to hit play, which means you guys got a few extra seconds. Alright, so this is our timer. When the timer runs out, we'll stop. Now, the timer might also stop at 12 hours, because right now it's only set up to run for 12 hours maximum. If that happens, my plan is to come back, probably Friday, with that amount of time left, and continue on, right?
You're gonna take over my Friday?
You don't have to show up if you don't want to. I can't force you. You're invited, though. I know.
No, there's just a lot going on this Friday.
Not for me.
Well, yes, for you now, if the timer goes beyond 12.
Right, if, yeah.
All right, you guys can't make the timer go beyond 12 because you're gonna wreck my day.
That's code for absolutely make the timer go past 12. So we got a few things here. First of all, we had a super chat from Ben Thick Tunicate, who sent a smiley face for £5. Thank you very much. And then Ben Thick Tunicate also sent 10 Dapper Dinosaur memberships, which, by the way, is why we are now at roughly, well, 54 instead of 44 minutes, which is where we would have been. So the way this is going to work is every membership, so everyone who joins during the show, or who gifts memberships, every membership like that is going to add a minute. And I also have the Patreon up. And so right now, it has a certain amount per month that it's estimating that I make. Every dollar beyond that we go, we'll add 2 minutes to the timer. So, yeah. So if you want us to go for like another, I don't know, almost an hour, like 45 minutes, join at the Sauropsid level, which is $10. And that'll push it up like 9 or 10. And, yeah, or no, the $20 level is one thing, you know, like Diapsid, okay. So that'll push it like 40 minutes. So there you go. Yeah, we have a number of things, but one thing I want to really point out is, one, we're not activating formal drinking rules, at least not yet. It's a little bit early. I do have a monster here that I'm sipping on. For some added caffeine. And also, right now, for this stream, and I'll repeat this a few times, this is an open invitation for anyone who is a how do I want to put this? An anti-evolutionist. We'll say that, right? So, if you think evolution is dumb and wrong, or fake and gay, or whatever it is that you want to say, then,
Fake and gay.
yeah, like dinosaurs, fake and gay.
That's my new moniker. I'm just gonna run around and that's who I am as a person. I'm
Chesh
gonna
is
make that my
fake and gay.
entire personality. I am
Wow.
fake and gay.
Okay. You'll have to get way more pride flags, because right now I'm seeing, like, none. I mean, the hot sauces are multicolored, so that's, like, not really the same thing at all.
Rainbow.
Yes. But yeah, like, if you are an anti-evolutionist, here's what you're going to want to do. Email me at my channel email, which you can find just by going to my channel, going to About and More Information. And this does count as a business email, so it's fine to use it for this. Email me telling me you want to come in. Now, if you don't want to go through the trouble, I will tell you right now, my email is the.dapper.dino.yt@gmail.com. So it's the Dapper Dino YT, but between the words there's periods, and it's at gmail.com. send me an email. And if you are an anti-evolutionist, we will bring you on. I will send you a join link. All you should have to do is click it. It will open up a window in your browser or a tab. I don't know. I don't know how technology works. I'm an old man. And it will open up a thing, and I'll add you to the stage. What, Chesh?
I don't know what's going on.
I'm an old man. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, we're getting some rainbow flags in the chat, which is always nice. All right, so also we have a super chat goal. If we get 15 super chats in the next 2 hours, I will drop a Steam key that will let you download Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remaster. So if you like the classic Tomb Raider games, that'll be that. You don't have to have super chatted or be a member or a patron or to have gifted any memberships or anything else. You just have to be in chat and fast. The only thing I ask is that if you go for it, let me know what happened, whether or not you got it. So that way I know that someone got it. Because I hate when I don't get feedback on that, and then I'm like, well, I don't know if I should leave it on the list. So, yeah. With that being said, we do have a video to respond to, but first, Chesh, how you doing? Okay, it's good. Got anything else to add before we just drop a video and see what's going on? All right.
24, some new data came out that just
I'm gonna try
completely
this.
dismantles
Oh, that didn't work.
everything we know about evolution,
that's dumb.
everything we know
All right,
about
we'll do
the
this.
ancestry. About 2010, they had Y.
In case you're wondering, yes, this is Donny Deals who's talking to you, the actual used car salesman. Which, it still blows my mind that the science friends back in like 2020 were joking about how Donny from Standing for Truth sounded like a used car salesman. And he gave us all that kind of like creepy, skin-crawling used car salesman vibe. It turns out that then we found his actual commercials for the used car dealership he used to work at, where he was in fact a used car dealer. And we were all just like, no way. Absolutely
Sometimes
not.
life just works out like that.
I know.
Sometimes you get a vibe from somebody, and it's just who they are.
Yeah.
chromosomal sequencing data. And even back then, they knew that the Y chromosomes between humans and chimpanzees were very dissimilar.
So when Donny says that, he's lying. We're going to get more into it as to why I know that later. Because
you're lying.
yeah, the thing
What's
is,
your problem?
he's lying by omission, right? Like there's important information that's very relevant to his argument that he likes to just pretend he doesn't know, even though I know he does know it because I've seen him respond to this. And I'm just noticing that the chroma key that I have set up for StreamYard here does not like this particular shot. It is just a bunch of noisy nonsense over on the stream. So my apologies. I'll hit play so that doesn't persist.
Welcome to the Creation Today show, where we bring together interviews with experts and solid Bible teaching.
Okay, we're going to do a poll.
Boy.
We're just going to once in the chat if you think that this voice is an AI voice. What do you think? I think this is an AI voice, Chesh.
Is 1 yes and 2 no?
Yeah, but I'm really only just going to count the yeses because I don't care that much.
One. Yes.
Yeah, I think this is an AI voice. But maybe not. Maybe they just found some extremely monotone British woman who every once in a while actually glitches in real life. It's possible.
Is possible.
Your host, Eric Hovind, affirms the ultimate authority of God's word.
Yeah, right? That's not a real person.
That's not a person.
No. Yeah,
Did
everyone's
they just
putting in
call
one.
Eric Hovind the ultimate authority on something?
No, they called the God's word. You're going to learn about the ultimate authority with Eric Hovind.
Oh, okay. I thought they were calling Eric Hovind the ultimate authority on something, and I was going to be like, oh, okay.
I mean, he might be the ultimate authority on, like, I don't know, like, what he does with his business. I can't. I'm just going to play.
I don't even think. No. Just don't even.
Truth of creation and why it matters to you.
Welcome to Creation Today. You are going to LOVE this conversation.
Is Eric a cheerleader now? Is that what's happening? Did he just become a cheerleader? Do we need to get him pom-poms?
I don't like that.
No, I don't
like
either.
that at all.
Oh, hey, we just added 5 to the Patreon, so thank you very much. So let's up that timer. We're up to 56 minutes, Chesh. You're going to be stuck with me for at least almost an hour. So, yeah.
Okay.
But, you know what we should do is we should encourage Eric Hovind to get his own wish list together and put pom-poms on it. So we can get him some pom-poms for next time he needs to spell things. He can spell them with, like, you know, when you put your arms in different positions for the different letters.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we could even get him a skirt.
L-O-V-E.
Exactly.
Tell me what it means to me.
I'm not in charge of your love life.
2024, scientists uncovered some absolutely amazing discoveries about humanity. And it has to do with something known as our genetic diversity. Because of this information, scientists are having to come to some shocking conclusions. And these conclusions fly in the face of the evolutionary claims that humanity has been here for millions of years. So in today's show, we're going to dive into the incredible world of genetic evidence that confirms the biblical narrative.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the amount of genetic evidence that confirms the biblical narrative is roughly 0.
I'm stuck. I'm lost in his hair.
Yeah. Look,
that is a hairdo that he has made a decision on, and he has a production team, and they have collectively decided that this is what they're gonna go with.
You know, it's just his dad's hairdo, right?
Why would you want that?
Because he took over his dad's ministry when his dad went to prison, and he basically just replaced Kent in everything.
When my dad had all of his hair and was younger, when he had all of his hair, he had an afro.
That's okay.
Neat, right?
It's hard to maintain if you don't grow one naturally.
Yeah.
But yeah. So one thing that I don't know if everyone knows, is when Kent went to prison, right? All the stuff that the government didn't take was transferred to the ministry, and then Eric was given control of the ministry so that it could continue on. But here's what Kent Hovind didn't realize. Eric Hovind kind of fucking hates Kent. For good reason. If you've ever paid attention to any of Kent's stories about, you know, raising his kids.
If you've ever listened to Kent Hovind for longer than 30 seconds.
Right, basically. You get a good idea as to why Eric does not like Kent Hovind. And so, Eric transferred basically everything he could into that and made it his own. And then, more specifically, he transferred everything from Kent's ministry to his own personal ministry, right? Because as the controlling, like, trustee of Kent's ministry, he was allowed to do property transfers. So for basically no cost, he transferred literally everything, down to the pens and ties that his dad used to use, because he made them property of the ministry in an effort to evade the taxes that he went to prison for. So when Kent got back home, and he was informed that, like, oh no, everything belongs to Eric, he was like, what about this pen that I was gifted by so-and-so that I've had since before you were born? And Eric's like, nope, that's mine. He left them with nothing. He cleaned him out entirely. And so, yeah, which...
I love Eric Hovind for that. And
yes.
I gotta say, I want to put out at least a couple of things. Eric had, like, a shit childhood. Not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like complete trash.
Oh, yeah.
On top of that, though, like, we all agree, like, I don't think there's anybody that's going to disagree with me on this, that we all like Eric Hovind better than Kent, right? Like,
oh, absolutely.
Right. He's still a lying douchebag, and he's still continuing on the shitty work that his shitty dad was doing for shitty reasons. But at least...
he doesn't have a known history of child abuse. He doesn't have a body count. He's never murdered a snake that I know of.
One cool thing that that Eric Hovind did, and
Yep.
it was take all of his stuff from his dad. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So, like, yeah, in the the ranking of the Hovinds, Eric is above Kent.
Yes. Wonderful.
And totally dismantles the evolutionary timeline. We're going to explore the latest peer-reviewed research showing how true science continues to affirm that the Bible is trustworthy and accurate. Get ready to have your minds blown, guys, as we uncover the truth in our DNA that points directly to our Creator.
Are you ready to have your mind blown?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I got a couple sips of tea in me. I'm ready. I'll be good.
Josh, this video is only like I think it's like a half an hour long, and at the end of it, I'm pretty sure that everyone in the audience and you will be Christians again, or for the first time.
All right.
That's what's gonna happen.
I'm here for that. That's fine by me.
Yeah. Hey.
This is genetics versus evolution. If you
Convince
are
me
new
with your baby blues, Eric.
Was that a model of an atom made out of ones and zeros?
I think so.
Is that okay? That's weird. Sure.
to the Creation Today show, my name is Eric, and we are a community of people learning together and on a mission to disciple the world. Myself and our Creation Today partners want to turn every...
So one thing I want to point out is the term disciple, right? So disciple is a term that evangelicals use when talking about their interactions with each other and not with their interactions with outsiders, so non-Christians or people who just are different parts of Christianity. Which I want to point out drives home the fact that nothing about creationism really is about outward-facing stuff, right? It's not about getting new converts. It's not about showing the world the integrity of the Bible or anything. It's about keeping people who are already in, so they don't leave. It's a fence around a prison, not a gateway into Christianity.
every stumbling block into a stepping stone on your journey to know the truth. And to do that today, I've got some great guests. My guests today run the Standing for Truth YouTube channel, and they love...
Oh, no!
Yep.
Oh, no!
Chesh, I brought you here to torture you.
Why did you do this to me on purpose? I've been tricked! I've been bamboozled!
Chesh, this is the same thing that happens every time you come on my channel. Well, rest in peace, Chesh.
R.I.P.
Oh.
My mind's been blown! Shit! Sorry.
love covering topics about science to help people know the truth. I guess that's why they're called Standing for Truth. One is in California, one is in Canada.
Those are different levels of specificity there, my friend. In case anyone is wondering, Donny, the one in Canada, actually lives in Ontario, and he's basically neighbors with Chesh.
Yeah, you want me to go find him?
Yeah, go beat him up. Don't actually beat him up.
I feel like I have better options.
Yeah, go find him and bring him back so we can confront him in person.
Okay.
Okay. Good luck.
All right, I'm on it.
What could possibly go wrong with this conversation?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What could possibly go wrong? I don't know.
Well, given that one of them is raw Matt, anything could go wrong, and everything probably will go wrong.
I need to go get the alcohol already.
I'm not drinking any alcohol right now.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Oh, how could you do this to me? I wasn't. You did ask if I was ready, and
Yeah.
you thought I was. I was not. I was not. Nope. 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 So much nope.
Also, we heard Donnie's voice earlier in this.
We did. It's true.
Yeah. So you should have known that.
Foreshadowing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Matt and Donny. Guys, welcome to the Creation Today show.
Eric, it's a pleasure to be here, brother.
Why does Matt look like? Oh, hold on. Click back just a little bit. Show all those three again.
Matt and Donny.
Why does Matt look like a fucking serial killer?
He always looks like a serial killer.
Bro, can you get your shit together?
Also,
what are you doing?
Why is there almost no lighting on him?
I don't know.
It's like raw Matt is like he's got a green screen, but he's still broadcasting from like a dank dungeon somewhere.
It looks like he's gonna be the guy who shows up in the background of one of their other things and takes them off screen.
Also, we just got 5 memberships gifted by Sapphire Rip Names Light. Thank you very much.
Hell yeah.
Let's add those in here. There we go. So, Chesh, another 47 minutes. Or no, 51 minutes. You're talking to me for 51 and a half more minutes.
This is fine.
Chesh is gonna collapse.
It's fine.
It's okay.
Guys, welcome to the Creation Today show.
Eric, it's a pleasure to be here, brother. I am extremely excited for this. I have learned a lot from you, and it is a real privilege to be here. I want to say it has always been a great time to be a biblical creationist, but I'm telling you, in 2025.
So he's been saying this for years, that now is the best time to be a young Earth creationist, all while his sources literally die. And none of his arguments that he's actually originated have made any waves in creationism. And also, he can't even keep his story straight.
All I can think is, I mean, well, okay, but.
Yeah.
Like, all I can think is, okay, but. Because, like, all I hear about all the time is all of the persecution complex.
Yeah. So I want to say...
all the time.
Particular special thank you to Thomas. I don't know how to pronounce the A with a diarist because I don't know what language we're coming from, but I'm just going to go with Inabnit, who's been joined at the Amniote level, as well as Michaela Snow, who upgraded from Tetrapod to Amniote, putting us $9 higher than we were when we started in terms of the Patreon. And then for $2, Petite Flower says he's either a serial killer or on the toilet. I don't. So here's the thing. I wouldn't put it beyond him to be on the toilet. In terms of like lack of like decorum, like he definitely has so little respect for his audience that he would do that. He'd pull a Riley basically. But
Sorry, go ahead.
But I also don't think he is, and here's the good reason. He basically barely eats, so I don't think he actually spends much time on the toilet.
Oh.
Yeah, because he's a monofruitarian, last I heard.
Oh.
Which means he only eats fruit. And he only eats one fruit at a time. And for a time, I mean like roughly per month. He'll change up what fruit he's eating. And then that's it. That's what he eats, apparently.
Why isn't he dead yet?
It's a good question. I don't know. He certainly has never looked particularly healthy. But then he'll just flex muscles. And like, yeah, he's got muscle tone. Part of that is that he probably has absolutely zero body fat, which is not actually a good thing. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes people can just survive. He also spent time claiming to be a breatharian. Tad is mad.
I remember that. Can I give everybody a little bit of good news just so we don't like die screaming in the next 5 minutes?
Sure.
Yeah, Dr. Phil lost his major ruling in his bankruptcy case, and this TV network is ordered into liquidation.
Ooh.
Tee-hee.
Nice. For $2, DM Wing says, Nims on Super Chats? Yeah, look, I don't know what YouTube is doing with going back and forth between display names and the little @ handles and whatnot. So, yeah, I don't know. I wish I knew. I wish they would be consistent. I wish they would go back to the way it was that I liked, where everyone could add in, nicknames and whatnot, and it was fun, but what are we going to do?
I remember when you can respond with videos, man. That was a good time.
YouTube used to have a DM feature on it.
Yeah, that was a good time too.
Yeah. Oh well. And also, I love that as they reduced ad share, they were like, "What if we just give a whole bunch of extra ways for people to just pay us money?" And I was like, "Well, that kind of makes up for it from the creator standpoint, but it makes it more expensive for everyone else." But whatever. I'm not in charge of YouTube. It would be a very different place if I were. For one thing, there would be way more blackjack and hookers.
Yeah.
Yep.
More of that.
And then I would be banned in places like Arizona and North Carolina and Texas. Because I wouldn't be implementing any fancy age verification.
It is truly an amazing time to be a biblical creationist, and we are going to show you exactly why here today.
I got a little preview from you guys last night of what's coming and what we've discovered. I can't wait to share that. Matt, is it true that you would get in the cage with people and try to beat down on somebody? Is that?
Yeah, Matt used to be an MMA fighter, which probably explains the brain damage.
True? Is that really?
Yes, it is. I was a cage fighter for over 15 years. Yeah.
Man, and your body still works?
Well,
not 100%,
no,
but
it
yeah.
does not.
yeah, clearly his brain doesn't work. Remember, this is... So there's actually a pretty good compilation of dumb stuff that Matt has done that Erica put out recently. And she solicited, like, things to put into the list from the science friends.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and some of the ones that we pointed out was that time that he just faked having a published paper, where he just took the logo of the publication that he was pretending to have published him, and just plastered it on top of a PDF, and then put in a fake DOI that didn't actually link to anything, and just was like, yeah. And he also published it. Well, he purported to have published it under the name Raw Matt, which. You have to put your real name on papers. That's how papers work. You can't put Raw Matt unless that's your actual legal name. So, yeah, he did that. Let's see. There was that time where I was watching him with Maddie. I was on Matt with Maddie. And he said that the Eastern Orthodox Church, he wasn't a big fan of because they didn't read the New Testament. Which, yes, they do, actually. He was thinking of Orthodox Judaism, not the Eastern Orthodox Church, and he didn't know that those were different things, and that one was a strain of Judaism, and the other one was a group of Christian churches who do, in fact, read the New Testament. In fact, they read it twice, at least, every Sunday. So, you know, there's that. Let's see. He said that the Old Testament was written in pre-Yiddish, which is a language that doesn't exist. He claims to be an ordained Essene, even though there are no Essenes, and they never ordained anyone ever, even when they existed. He also claims to be certified in every version of herbalism from around the world, whatever the heck that's supposed to mean.
That's all right.
Yeah, that's like something that he just made up there. Let's see. Ashley loves Blahai or Ashley Mitochondrial Eve. I don't know which one we're going with because names versus super chats are being weird. Says heat problem. All your counter arguments falling apart and even being mathematically disproven case. Yeah, basically. The coughs were there in the super chat in case anyone's wondering. So, yeah. These two might be some of the stupidest guests Eric has ever had on. And
what made Eric think this was a good idea?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. This is not the only time these two have been on his show either.
Yeah.
I just don't think Eric has like a sense of like the level of quality of guests that he's bringing on. Now, don't get me wrong, right? You're bringing on Young Earth Creationist guests. Your best bet is that you're gonna get someone who's smart and a fraud.
Well, he also might not be the person making the decision. Right?
No, I'm pretty sure he is.
Oh, okay.
Or at the very least, he has veto power.
Oh, well, sure, yeah. He probably has that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think he has a good sense of, like, the fact that there's different levels of quality among Young Earth Creationists, right? Like, clearly John Sanford or, like, Jason Lyle or something like that, those are a higher quality guest than Raw Matt is. Like, obviously. There's no argument there, right? So, yeah, I just don't think he has a sense of the fact that that's the case. And also, we've got, let's see, Anonymous Pie upgraded their membership, which now just puts us to $12 over what we were. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then we will add that into both of our little funding things. I told Bent that there's a chance he might get a free pizza today.
Nice.
Yeah.
For the
That's
most
genetic
part.
entropy right there, brothers.
Yeah, no, that's genetic stupidity maybe for getting in the ring with those guys. Now, I did Taekwondo as a kid, but never like took it to that extreme. I've done some.
I did Taekwondo as a kid.
Oh boy.
You know what? I want to do a Taekwondo sparring match with Eric. Let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Eric, hit me up. We won't have to do full contact. It's fine. I just, I think it'll be fun.
BJJ, but never like extreme, like competition type stuff. So I still wonder what would happen. I guess I'm just glad I carry a gun. Maybe that's my answer.
Okay, thanks. Also, what would happen is that your Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu would be much more effective than your Taekwondo.
I carry a gun. This is so.
I mean, he's a literal Florida man, so you shouldn't be surprised.
Oh my god. Surprise isn't the word I would use.
Yeah. Oh, Eric.
What? So American.
Wait, what just happened?
America.
Okay, everybody, I apparently disconnected. So I'm gonna try to reload. I don't know why. Thanks, YouTube.
Oh, Dapper's gone.
So yeah, I'm reconnecting now. This is BS. Sorry about all this. I have no idea why. Oh, hello.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, I get to show the video again. That's fun,
Hooray.
right?
This week on the Creation Today show.
Ah, shut up,
Nobody likes you.
right?
Yes, it is. I was a cage fighter for over 15 years. Yeah.
Man, and your body still works?
Not 100%, but yeah.
For the
That's
most
genetic
part.
entropy right there, brothers.
Yeah, no, that's genetic stupidity maybe for getting in the ring with those guys. No, I did Taekwondo as a kid, but never like took it to that extreme. I've done some BJJ, but never like extreme like competition type stuff. So I still wonder what would happen. I guess I'm just glad I
You know, I'll give
carry a gun. Maybe
I'll give MMA this, right? It really ended up being a stress test for a lot of martial arts. Oh,
Yeah,
wait, I
for
forgot to
sure.
put the thing back up. There we go. You guys didn't miss much. So, and one of the things that we realized is that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, that's a pretty effective martial art. Taekwondo, not so much. If you actually have to fight someone who's resisting full force, and you're using Taekwondo, it's not going to work out very well. So, yeah. Now, if you're learning Taekwondo because, you think it's fun, you like the competition and, whatever within Taekwondo, and you just want to do Taekwondo matches where everyone's using the same fighting style, then sure, I'm not going to tell you not to, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're like, I'm learning this for self-defense, it's not going to be very effective. I'm sorry.
that's my answer. Oh, poor Canadians up there. Anyway, Donny.
All right, Eric got that right at least. Darn Canadians living in a snow globe. Chesh,
Yeah.
what is it over there, like -13?
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're edging on 15.
Yeah.
I'm lying. That's not true. The current temperature is 8.
8? Jeez.
8.
Way too low.
For you, yes.
Also, it
For me, no.
was very hard not to immediately make an edging joke.
Donny from Canada, Matt from California. Thank you guys. How long have you guys been doing the Standing for Truth YouTube channel?
We've been doing it for about 5 years now. And every day is an adventure, brother. I love it.
And you could
No
just
kidding. All right.
Yeah. Yep. One thing that's a little weird is that they have a weirdly low conversion rate of like subscribers into views. I don't know what it is. I think it might be that they lost a lot of their guests due to either being banned from the platform or, well, dying.
Donny, you got to kick us off here. What have we discovered in 2024 that is making evolutionists like scream because it's totally changing the narrative? What's going on?
Eric, 2024, some new data came out that just completely dismantles everything we know about evolution, everything we know about ancestry.
He has said that nearly every day for the last 5 years. You want to know how many times he's actually been proven right about it?
Zero?
0. Yeah, it's 0. How'd you guess?
I'm shocked.
Oh,
And appalled.
yes,
How
obviously.
could that be?
And so
How
here
could
on
you
the
say something so wrong so many times?
And with such confidence.
And with such confidence.
And often the things that he says that are wrong, that he says with high confidence, contradict other things that he also says that are wrong with high confidence.
Nah.
Yeah. So that's always fun.
Screen.
Well, you know.
You'll notice, and this is so cool, this is a visual. This is a visual representation of the great ape chromosomes, Y chromosomes to be specific. Now, years
Neat.
ago, going back, I think to about 2010, they had Y chromosomal sequencing data. And even back then, they knew that the Y chromosomes between humans and chimpanzees were very dissimilar. They were not near.
So this is part of that, like, a lie of omission that he's going for.
You have
It is-
truth.
Yeah, it's much more complicated than just the Y chromosomes are dissimilar. What they are is that they are structurally dissimilar, but they are very similar in terms of sequence identity. Which means, I'll use the Bible as an analogy, right? So, Chesh, if you have a 66-book Bible, which is sort of just the standard Protestant Bible, which is probably the most common Bible in North America, right?
Yep.
In a Christian Bible with 66 books, the books go in a particular order. And my 66-book Bible will have the same order of books as yours, right?
Mhm.
Okay, but let's say I come by
I follow.
and I take one of my Bibles and I'm like, you know what? I don't like this order. And so I just start pulling out entire books and putting them in new places and I rebind it, right?
Sure.
Now, my Bible has huge structural differences. Different parts of it are found in very different areas of my Bible than they are in your Bible. But when we get down and we find it like, well, okay, yeah, but this whole chunk in yours versus mine is completely identical. And so
Right.
on the basis of like per sentence, our Bibles are virtually identical. But in terms of where to flip open the Bible to find something, our Bibles are almost completely different. And that's what's going on. The chimpanzee Y chromosome has a lot of structural differences. Things are in different places. It has a different size. It's all over the place in terms of that. But when it comes to the actual genes that are on the Y chromosome, of which there aren't many, the sequence is actually very similar. It's as similar as we would normally expect for chimpanzees versus humans in terms of how closely related they are.
It's been shuffled.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could use a deck of cards as an example. Every deck of cards, whenever you shuffle it, you ostensibly have a structurally different deck of cards where the cards are all in different order, and the likelihood of getting the same cards in the same 52 cards in the same order is incredibly unlikely.
Yeah, and yet, you know, your Jack
And
of
yet-
Hearts is going to be pretty much the same thing as my Jack of Hearts if we have the same like manufacturer of card.
And there will, in fact, be a Jack of Cards. Jack of Cards? Jack what?
Chesh, maybe you need more
Hello?
tea. There you go. Is that a tiny
I'll
little?
be fine.
Is that a tiny little like mug for gnomes that you have there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's my gnome mug. That's why it's red. So when I'm done, I can put it on my head.
Nice. You might want to rinse it out first.
Well, you know.
Nearly as similar as they thought that they should be, because the evolutionary model, the conventional model of origins, suggests that humans and chimpanzees go back to a common ancestor about 6 million years ago. And that's where you can
It's 6 to 7, but it's fine. 6 is fine.
see here. Now,
Half a
they have a
dozen the other.
visual representation of the Y chromosomes. Now, they do have humans here because evolutionary taxonomists, they believe that humans are a great ape. You'll oftentimes hear them say, well, we are apes, right?
Matt, or not Matt, I'm sorry. You're Donny. Donny, I've heard you say that. Donny has said that from the standpoint of morphology and anatomy and taxonomy, that yes, humans are great apes. He's gone back on that many times and waffled all over the place, but I've heard you say that, Donny. So don't pretend that this is some kind of thing that you think is ridiculous, and you don't see why anyone would consider that humans are great apes. Let's go over, just from an anatomical standpoint, some of the ways that humans are in fact great apes. Okay, one is their teeth. Chesh, you got molars?
Yeah,
Are they tricuspid molars?
I think so.
Yep, they are. Did you know that the only animals with tricuspid molars are great apes?
I think I might have known that.
Okay.
Only from watching this channel, though.
Well, hey, Chesh, could you move your arm in like a little windmill circle fashion? Hey, that's a pretty darn flexible shoulder joint. There you go. That's a pretty flexible shoulder joint you got there. You know who's the only animal that has that flexible a shoulder joint? It's a great ape.
Hey.
Yeah.
Love
Mm-hmm. Hey, Chesh, how's your tail doing?
Not great.
Yeah. Do you have
Very
instead
sad.
maybe like a coccyx, which is just a bunch of fused little tailbones at the end of your spine?
I think I've never seen them, but I think so because I'm pretty sure I felt them on more than one occasion by falling on my ass.
Ouch. Yeah, that's another thing that great apes have. Hey, could you turn your profile to the camera so we can see the rough shape of your cranium? See that big
Look, I
old
even went to the shade
swollen...
side
Oh,
and everything.
I appreciate that. See that giant, swollen, disgusting cranium that has a huge brain in it for some reason? Yeah, another great ape feature right there. This an enormous brain.
I have such a lovely profile.
It is very nice. We should get someone to paint it.
I-
You could paint it. Do a self-portrait.
I used a picture of myself as a reference one time. That was kind of fun.
Neat. So yeah, from the standpoint of like what is a great ape from a scientific sense, humans are great apes. There just is no question about this.
Well,
should
I
say-
beg
I
to
don't remember
differ.
which
Maybe
picture
they
it
are, we're not. This is actually a piece of evidence that suggests that we're not. And so you can
No, it's not, Donny, and here's why. We happen to know from studying the genetics of chimpanzees that the Y chromosome is under heavy selection in chimpanzees. Why is this? It's because primarily of their reproductive strategy, which is different from humans. Which means that they have different selection pressures on their sex chromosomes, which you might not find all that surprising. Chimpanzees live in different kinds of social structures, where they have a group that is dominated by a dominant male who does the majority of the mating, but then also other subordinate males will occasionally sneak in mating events, which then sets up additional sperm competition. Sperm competition has significant effects on genes related to sperm production, which often occur on the Y chromosome, if you can even believe it. Now, humans don't actually have a whole lot of sperm competition, because the human mating dynamic doesn't actually involve the same level of dominance by one single male over a large group of females, who then occasionally surreptitiously mate with other males. That's not the typical human dynamic when it comes to reproduction. Humans tend to pair bond, and then while they're not strict monogamists in the sense of like, just one mate for life, they tend to be serially monogamous on this time span of longer than it takes to have a baby, which means that the amount of competition between sperm in the same female reproductive tract for humans is pretty darn low, because there aren't that many cases where one fertile female who is currently ovulating has multiple sperm samples, I suppose, from different male humans competing with each other. And that's why there's a big structural difference. There's also a structural difference between chimpanzees and other great apes. So if you're going to say that the structural differences are what cuts humans out, what you're actually doing is cutting chimpanzees out. Because the human Y chromosome is structurally more similar to the gorilla Y chromosome than it is to the chimpanzee chromosome. So if you're saying, well, the difference means that the odd man out gets to get yeeted out of the great ape family, it's not the humans. The humans stay. It's the chimpanzees who go.
I didn't like those guys anyway.
Yeah. Well, Sapphire says, that's kind of unfair to Chesh. Everyone knows she's a goblin. That's a good point. But goblins are just apes. Yeah, Jillian Wren has it right. Goblins are apes. That's how it is.
It seems to be the case, unless you're talking about independent creation, which is most D&D worlds. Except for the humans, maybe.
It's complicated.
Humans don't have a creator god. I don't know what to tell you.
Or they do, but he just, went and
We don't know who
shoved
he
off.
is, and he's not labeled. He or she is not, or they are not labeled.
Actually, I like, so the second edition Spelljammer lore seems to imply that the Egyptian pantheon is actually the original D&D pantheon that actually created the multiverse.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, because so in Spelljammer in second edition, which is actually the lore that I prefer. I think the fifth edition lore was just objectively a downgrade in almost every way.
Mhm.
Every like prime material planet sits in a crystal sphere, and inside that, the gods have power to grant spells and do things and whatnot. And which gods have power in there depends on which ones have significant numbers of worshippers and whatnot. Okay, cool. But when you get outside the crystal sphere, you're in the Phlogiston Sea. And in the Phlogiston Sea, no clerics can gain spells except for clerics of Ptah, the Egyptian creator deity. They still get their
That is
cleric spells.
Very fun.
And it's explained that he's a creator god. And so it's like, okay, so I guess D&D, at least in second edition, confirmed that the Egyptian pantheon is the one true pantheon of D&D. Got it.
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
The Egyptian pantheon is rad.
It certainly is. And so, yeah, that was just a weird little quirk of D&D's second edition Spelljammer lore, which, again, I like it so much better. The Phlogiston is way better than the Astral Sea. And plus, originally, like in second edition, the point of having Spelljammer and Planescape was about traveling to different planes. Spelljammer was about traveling to different parts of the material realm that were themselves different, like D&D campaign settings, right? Like you could fly from Greyhawk to Toril to whatever.
The wheel in 3.5 is like that as well.
But the problem that I have with the the 5th edition Spelljammer is that suddenly, no, you're flying to the astral plane, which means, okay, so this is just a different version of Planescape, where instead of having the hub be Sigil or whatever, it's just the astral plane.
Yeah.
But you could just also travel from on your spelljamming ship to the Astral Sea, to the Outlands, to Sigil, without ever needing to do anything fancy, except navigate, I guess. No, that was never the point. The point was supposed to be prime material travel versus plane travel, and those are two different settings, and they connected, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah. Also, 2E, despite being quite problematic in terms of its treatment of, we'll say, female NPCs, didn't have racist monkeys.
It didn't have racist monkeys. This is fair.
So, like, little bit of a hit and miss there when it comes to the 5th edition Spelljammer.
Yeah, no.
Metageeky Platypus Librarian says, I'm willing to get 4 Patreon 1-year Tetrapod memberships. I just need a means of selecting people and giving out the links. Hail Lady Mothra. Well, I was going to say, let's take a drink for Mothra, but I'm not officially drinking. But, hey, so yeah, get with Metageeky if you are someone who wants a 1-year Tetrapod level. That's the lowest level, but still, it gets you a year of access to early access. It gets you a year of access to the Discord. So, yeah, maybe at Metageeky. Tad is mad for $5 says, I just came back into Phlogiston is better than the Astral Plane, and for a moment I thought, oh, Donnie's gone totally over the edge. That would be
we
fun.
just don't want to listen to him talk.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. So yeah. Actually, if we get to the end of this video, I do have a plan for some D&D stuff, because one night I spent an absurdly long time just blasting Chesh with various ideas for D&D monsters and magic items.
It was fun.
Yeah, and I kind of want to go over them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have also some D&D stuff to talk about. So listen, if we end up going for long, we got stuff to do.
Oh yeah. All right, here we go.
See the human Y chromosome here represented visually, and the chimpanzee Y chromosome represented visually. And so, as you can see, they are very, very different. And they knew this going back years ago. You know, this image here, you can...
I mean, he's not wrong.
It makes me think of like like kindergarten books where the things are shuffled and you got to draw the connecting line, like that.
Yes.
Like I feel like you could just do that with this.
Yeah. That actually still gets used as an exercise in like language learning courses for adults, where like you have to draw the line between the word and its gloss in your starting language.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Also, when it comes to languages, remember, every Romance language is either Romanian, French, or Spanish, right? And you might be like, Dapper, that doesn't sound right. Okay, well, hear me out. Think about this. Romanian is Romanian, right? Italian is just Spanish, but bouncy. Portuguese is when you speak Spanish in French. French is French. Spanish is Spanish. I'm telling you, this is how Romance languages work.
Fine, from 2017. When you consider overall architecture, gene content, and size differences, Eric, the human and chimpanzee Y chromosome, according to this data, going back to about 2017, is only about 35% the same.
Yes, in terms of structural differences, that's true. But also, that makes it the odd man out among apes total. So again, you're not kicking humans out of the ape category, you're kicking the chimpanzees out, if you want to be consistent with this. Oh, don't forget Ultra French, says Thierry Rana. Yeah, Ultra French, jeez. There was actually new Ultra French content that went up not that long ago over on... it wasn't on Agma Schwa's channel. I don't remember which channel it was on. I think it was on the actual original creator of Ultra French. So, in case you're wondering, Ultra French is one of those extremely cursed conlangs. So, I don't know. You might, or you might not want to have that intrude upon your consciousness.
How can evolutionists, proponents of evolution, explain such massive differences in just 6 million years since the hypothetical split? Now,
I just did a show with John Harris, and we ended up going to Orlando and doing this Evolution is Impossible tour, and we were talking about the genetic variance between apes and humans, because we're always thought we're only 1% different or 2 to 3% different. And last I heard it was 15%. I mean, in this specific chromosome, you're talking about a 70% difference?
Yeah, in structure.
Oh, my mind is blown. That's
Yeah.
oh my god.
So one of the things is, though, that structural...
His fake surprise is like...
Yeah.
Like, he hasn't been talking about this for years.
Structural differences can actually occur very rapidly, especially since largely they tend to occur in, like, junk regions. So, like, just a large duplication event or a large deletion event. Boom! Huge structural difference. How does that affect sequence identity along alignable regions? Not very much. Yeah, Tadismad points out Ultra French is an information hazard. It really is. Yep. It's like kerning or nuclear launch codes. Those are both information hazards.
It's fascinating, Eric, and that's why I say it's a great time to be a biblical creationist. The Y chromosome, it is what's called uniparentally inherited DNA. So what that means is it's inherited only on one side. And the side that it's inherited on is the male side. So for example, I have 2 sons. They have my Y chromosome. And so you basically can track back Y chromosomes, Eric, in an unbroken line. And if you take Y chromosomes worldwide, take every single male Y chromosome on the planet, you can actually line them up, you can compare them, and they've all originated from a single Y chromosomal ancestral sequence, which we would say is Y chromosome Noah.
Now, I want to point out that the fact that they do go back to a single individual is a result of inevitable mathematics. There is no other option. Right? If you take a population and you have non-combining DNA going through that population in a linear fashion, eventually you will get to a single originator, a single ancestor for all the current groups. Not through magic, just through math, right? Because statistically, even if there's no selection pressure, some lineages are going to be, just by chance, less successful at propagation. And those are going to die out, and the remaining ones are going to persist. And eventually, the side branches are going to all die out, and you'll have one remaining ancestor. That does not mean that that person was the first one. In this case, we'll say we're the Y chromosome. That doesn't mean that Y chromosome Adam was the first man, or the first human, or anything like that. It just means that other lineages of Y chromosomes that were around in the Homo sapien species when he was alive aren't around anymore.
And that's considering the diversity in it, extremely low genetic variation, 1 Y chromosome worldwide. It's amazing. And then
it's not amazing. It's literally just the inevitable outcome of math, right? Like, If I say, hey, every day I'm gonna start with 1 push-up, and the next day I'm gonna double that and go to 2 push-ups, and I'm gonna double that and go to 4. I shouldn't be amazed that at the end of like a month I'm doing way too many push-ups. Because that's just how math works. I might not have realized it beforehand when I came up with this stupid scheme. But, like, that's just how math works. It's not amazing. You might not have known about it. But yeah, unless you want to say that math shouldn't work out the way it works out, I don't know what's supposed to be amazing about this.
This is
we bring
dumb.
in the chimpanzee Y.
Very. Wait, hold on. Someone here has a 4E game every other Thursday? Prixie Purple?
Ooh.
You're still playing 4E? Interesting.
That's fun.
Look, there are things about 4E that I like. Minions is one of the biggest ones.
Minions are peak. I actually also really like the Epic Destinies and the Paragon Paths. I think they're a lot of fun. I think that they're like a little bit problematic if you don't use them correctly. Like they can be like power scale-y bad if you don't, you know what I mean? If you don't account for them well. But man, are they fun.
I also like that it added in like Dragonborn and Tiefling as core player races. I also like that it added in Warlock as a core character class. So those are some things I appreciate about 4th edition. But like, whoo boy, do I not generally like 4th edition. And I know, Chesh, it was your intro to the game. I get it.
No, I don't. I'm not married to it. I don't care.
Wait, you're not?
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not married to it. Not a big deal.
Okay. Well, if you get married to it, can I go to the wedding?
Yes, you are invited. Officially.
Thank you. Actually, officially, you'll have to send me a card where I can use it to RSVP and like pick which meal I want, whether it's like fish or chicken or whatever.
Yeah. I'm tempted to do a wedding that is an entirely vegetarian wedding, but not tell anybody it's vegetarian and see if anybody actually notices.
Well, would they not have options for choosing their entree?
Yeah, they would get to pick their food or have their food or whatever. I'm just not going to go out and be like, I'm having a wedding and the food is all vegetarian, which is then pisses people off. But I think if you just did it, I don't think anybody would notice.
I feel like they might notice when they're like looking at the menu of options and it's like fried tofu and like,
well,
you know,
yeah, if you make it
beans.
obvious, but you don't have to make it obvious. There's lots of good food out there that is not like pretending to be food that is bad.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing. There's a lot of vegetarian stuff that I eat. Yeah, I get it. I just think people will notice before you think they will.
Nah, I don't think they will.
Maybe.
I don't think people pay that much attention to anything.
Fair.
As you can see here, it's nothing like the human Y chromosome. And this is where it gets even better. So 2024,
Whoa!
they came out with even more sophisticated sequencing data on the Y chromosome, this uniparentally inherited DNA compartment. And as you can see here visually, this is from the conventional literature, the complete sequence and comparative analysis of the ape sex chromosomes. And if you go down...
Okay, so remember, we're using the data on the right to try and say that humans should be the ones kicked out. Which means that overall, we should see lower numbers for the human lineage than we do for the other lineages like chimpanzee and bonobo, which is what he's comparing us to, right? Does that make sense?
This seems like nonsense to me.
Well, so it's giving us structural differences in Y chromosomes across all ape species, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I go across the human line and get an average, it should be lower than either the chimpanzee or the bonobo lineage.
You would think.
So let's see what happens. Maybe he's right. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe it would actually kick humans out. It's not, according to what I've been able to glean from my own, investigation. But hey, we're going to leave out the 100% because that's always just comparing it to itself. And so it's going to skew us high. So we're just not going to include that one. So we got 36.1 plus 45.1. This is for humans. Plus 23.2 plus 28.9. No, I'm looking at the humans. 8. plus 20.9 plus 26.5. Okay. So then we're going to divide that by 6. Okay, so our average is 30.1% similarity across for humans versus other apes in structural similarity of the Y chromosome. Okay. So then let's do it for the bonobo, which is right at the top. So we've got 65.3. We've got plus 26.6 plus 20.5 plus 28.6 plus 19.8 plus 28.3 divided by 6. Oh, look at that. We got 28.5. So that's lower.
Nah.
Okay. So let's do it for the chimpanzee, which is the next one down. We'll do 59.6 plus 26.2 plus 19.8 plus 30.8. Almost did 3.8. That would have definitely not been fair. Plus 21.1 plus 28.9. And that's actually slightly higher than it is for humans. That's 31.1. So according to this, humans and bonobos should be apes, but chimpanzees shouldn't if we're doing odd man out, which seems to be his argument. It's on his own reference. He could have just checked. Yeah.
That never happens.
Yeah. He could have just checked. Donny, what are you doing? What are you doing here? This.
Hey, Donny, you're lying. What's your problem?
I love it when a creationist puts on screen the information that debunks the claim they're currently making.
Right?
Hey, anyone who wants, please let MetaGeeky know that you might be interested in a membership. Which also, hey, we just went up to $21 past where we were. So let's add in some extra money over on Patreon, which puts us back up to having 40 more minutes left there, Chesh. So, sorry about that. Let's see. Let's see who that was.
We're good. I wonder if I can switch to my phone at some point if I go cook.
Oh, probably. I don't know. Ambi is here, has joined at the Sauropsid level. Thank you very much. That is one of the higher tiers that we have here, so I do appreciate it. All right. Yeah, if you need to go for a bit, just head out and I don't know, you can be on your phone or just not here for a little bit. It's okay. I won't cry much.
Don't say it like that. Don't make it weird. Stop! Cut it out.
It's okay. I'll hit play now.
Down
Oh my God.
to the human Y and compare it to the chimpanzee Y using this graph, you're looking at even less than the 35%. So 2024, 2025, it's not getting any better for proponents of evolution.
I guess if you want to take the chimpanzee out of the running for being an ape, then yeah, sure, I guess it's not.
I don't know why this matters, though. What?
Oh.
Who cares?
It matters because he wants to show that humans are not actually closely genetically linked to one species of ape more than others, because then it is easier for him to say that because humans are the odd man out among the group, maybe they just don't belong in the group at all.
I mean, I can kind of understand that. What I'm lost on is that I don't really understand if the math ends up with the odd man out being the chimpanzee. Does that even matter? I feel like that doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter to evolution, but it matters to his argument.
Right.
Because his argument is trying to be, we can separate humans out from the rest of the apes in this way because they're the most divergent from the rest of the group, right? So therefore I can say that they're not in the group. Because if you remember, there was also Siamang was on there. Siamangs aren't great apes. They're there as the outgroup, right? They're actually lesser apes, so they're hylobatids, so they're kind of gibbon.
Right.
And so the reason they're there is to help form that outgroup. To basically putting an outgroup in there increases your level of confidence.
Proves the rule, yeah.
Kinda, yeah. And so if I were to do the same analysis for the Psymang, we get an even lower number. And we actually can use that extremely low number as a way to say, okay, Psymangs are not part of the same group as everyone else. They're the outgroup. And he's trying to put humans as the outgroup. He's failing.
Yeah.
And in fact, his own charts that he's showing would actually say that if we ignore the Psymang, the chimpanzee is actually the outgroup. But he's trying to use it to say humans are. And what he's going to do is he's just not going to mention the fact that if you actually run the numbers, the chimpanzee is in fact the divergent one, not the humans.
Right.
That kind of evolution, Eric, that says whales, pine trees, chimpanzees are related. Because if by evolution you mean change over time,
no, not pine trees and elephants again.
He didn't say elephants. He didn't say elephants.
Yeah, but it's the same thing.
It is the same thing. Yeah. I kind of wish I was wearing my pine trees and elephant shirt.
Oh man.
Yeah. I don't even know where that shirt is off the top of my head. It's probably in a pile of unfolded laundry somewhere. It's hard to fold laundry when you have such tiny arms. Look at them. Look how small my arms are.
Listen, as somebody with tiny little baby arms, I get it.
Yeah.
You don't need to convince me.
You have trouble even reaching up to the top of the shelves.
Well, also that, yes.
Yeah. Do you have a stepladder?
No.
Maybe you should.
I probably should. I just climb on things.
Well, you should put a stepladder on your wish list.
I did for a little while, but I got rid of my Amazon wish list because I'm Canadian and I'm boycotting Amazon.
That's fair.
Because they suck.
I don't disagree.
we're not against that. And so by evolution, we mean common descent. 26.2% the same. That's incredibly dissimilar and unexpected if evolution's true. Evolutionary scientists have been flabbergasted over this data.
No, they haven't.
Flabbergasted.
Almost any time that Raw Matt is like, or Donny is like, the scientists have no explanation. He's just lying.
You're just full of crap.
Just
a lying liar who lies.
IHBK app has joined at the tetrapod level, so thank you. I'll add that in. I'll hit play though.
But biblical creationists, we should rejoice because what this does is it confirms the biblical model of ancestry. As we understand from the Bible, humans and chimpanzees are not related through common ancestry. So 2024 has been an excellent year for biblical creation.
It is. I'm looking at this data. You're very, very different. And if you guys have you
but not as different as the chimp. So what's the point here that you're making?
you guys ever heard of Haldane's dilemma? Have you guys studied that?
Yeah. Let's see if they bring it up. I'm not going to start talking about it yet. Let's see what they talk about.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what we did that whole show on with John Harris. John Harris is on here saying hey to everybody. Hey, John. Man, John, great.
I guess they're live? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
How to destroy evolution in only 5 minutes. Hey, John, why isn't that a paper that you published that has overturned evolution? Is it because it doesn't actually overturn anything in 5 minutes? Is that why?
I don't understand these kinds of like taglines because like anybody with 2 brain cells is gonna be like, well, I mean, if that's the case, right. Why are we still even talking about this? Because not enough people have seen it? Like that's not how. No.
Also, why are we using like the weird corporate art style here? It's not quite the weird corporate art style, but like it's close and it's weird and I don't get it.
Like the almost clip art, almost like
yeah. It's an art style that I feel like is never the right choice. Maybe that's just me being a dick. I don't know.
Great show and great time in Orlando. We got to do that again. When you take how big is that Y chromosome and how many mutations would it take to go from where humans are at and where chimps are at and get that 70 to 80% change?
Not many, because mostly mutations involved are large scale. So like large scale duplication, large scale deletion, or mutations that just move part of the genome from one part of the chromosome to the other. All of those are relatively small in terms of number of mutations, but large in terms of effect on the number of structural difference. So not many.
How big is that chromosome? It seems like a really weird thing to
Yeah.
say.
And the answer is it's actually pretty tiny, because Y chromosomes tend to be pretty tiny because they don't tend to carry very much that is, they don't tend to carry many genes, right? So,
Small.
yeah, generally Y chromosomes only carry genes that are involved in male reproduction. That's it. And that's a relatively small number compared to everything else. Whereas X chromosomes, which all humans have to have, not only do they carry some information that's important for reproduction, but they also carry a bunch of genes. They're just other things that are important for you to survive, which is why if a human is conceived and it has an X chromosome and no Y chromosome, and no second X chromosome, it will come to term and grow up as a happy, healthy human. It might have some fertility problems, but like that's going to be a human that is going to survive into adulthood and be a person, right?
Yeah.
If you have no X chromosome and just a Y chromosome, you're not going to make it past like the embryo stage. You're not even going to make it to be an embryo. You're going to turn into a little clump of cells, and then those cells are going to die. Because you need the X chromosome to survive. So Y chromosomes are always small in mammals that use XY sex determination. That's just how they are. Didn't even silence your phone, Chesh?
No, I got a timer on because I need to make sure that my boiling egg doesn't boil for too long.
Oh. How long has it been boiling?
Right now I'm timing for it to start boiling.
Okay.
In the Y chromosome, you're talking about very, very fast, rapid change in the Y chromosome to go from an
Rapid?
ape-like Y chromosome
Rapid.
to a human Y chromosome.
Like rabbits?
We don't have time to make that happen.
No.
That's exactly right. There's far
We don't
too
have
many
time to
differences.
make that happen. Sir, if you want to talk about not having enough time to make something happen, you cannot. This is not your jam, my guy. I promise.
Yeah. Plus, we do actually have time for that. And remember, the thing that's actually the divergent one is the chimpanzee chromosome. So the human chromosome needs far less time to diverge from the general ape, like ancestral Y chromosome, than does the chimpanzee chromosome, which is the weird part of all this. Also, as DM Wing says, Chesh is a professional. It's true.
I'm
There.
the most.
Again, the chimpanzee Y chromosome, if you look carefully at the photo, it's only half the size. There's this specific DNA material here. This is called heterochromatin. It's all color-coded. That's a very specific type of DNA. It's densely packed DNA, comprises what's called satellite sequences, a lot of repetitive DNA. You'll see that it's
In other words, it's mostly junk, and it's the kind of thing that can accumulate very quickly in the genome.
mostly absent in the chimpanzee Y chromosome and the bonobo Y chromosome. And so it's half the size. So right off the bat, you're starting with
Oh, but what's that in the gorilla chromosome? Oh, look, it looks like a similar amount of heterochromatin, but that's broken up by two other bands that look like they've been transposed from higher up in the human chromosome. Weird! So the gorilla chromosome seems like it might be more basal in terms of its structure, and might have some similarities with the human chromosome that are absent with the chimpanzee, which again lines up with us finding that on his own table, the chimpanzee chromosome was the most divergent.
Whoa!
Stop debunking yourself in your own slides, man. I really don't ask that much of creationists, but not debunking yourself in your own slide is one of the things that I would like to recommend. People are crazy.
The bar is really low.
It really is.
50%. The gene content's different, the architecture is different. And so that's why I like to say when you consider everything, Eric, that's what we want to consider, everything, because we're not assuming common ancestry between humans and chimpanzees. Consider architecture, size differences, and gene content. You're now looking at, according to the latest data, less than 30% the same, and that is a massive problem.
Okay, he's trying to select the entire row, I think. I don't think he's trying to point to that 14% with the Simang, because, like, that's going to be the lowest for all of them. Like, you can look at it, like 14.7, 19.2. It's clearly the odd man out is the Simang.
Yeah.
Which is weird, because I don't think Donny would say that it's completely off the table for the lesser apes, hylobatids, and the greater apes, hominids, to be related. But he doesn't think that's okay for humans, which should mean that really humans should be the odd man out, even compared to the Simang. But they're not. So, Donny, why is that? Shouldn't humans be outside the Simangs?
If you're gonna change all this around then why wouldn't you just change your scope? Like, if you're just gonna lie and mess all this up anyway, why wouldn't you just change the scope?
He's lazy.
All this is making me think of is behold a man.
Okay.
Because as you said, and looking to a problem like Haldane's dilemma or the waiting time problem, how do you explain such radically different Y chromosomes?
Phil Chavara has been a member for 30 months and says, "Hey Dapper, hey Chesh, lovely to catch a stream. Well, it's lovely to have you here." Yeah, I started the stream pretty early so that the Europeans could hop in. It was one of my goals. And also so that if we did actually go like a full 12 hours, I wouldn't be just dead.
It wouldn't be some like insane time.
Right.
In the evolutionary timescale.
You can't. That's okay. Let's back up. We dug into some science. Back up. Give me big picture of a biblical worldview, and let's compare the evolution worldview, and then let's get more specifically into the Y chromosome Adam and the mitochondrial Eve. So back up and give me the big picture of what we'd expect from the Bible.
Okay, I love it. I will.
Why is Raw Matt here?
I don't know.
He hasn't said anything.
To fight people?
I think he's just here because he's more or less Donnie's wife, and like he wants to support his husband.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair.
I do want to showcase this right here. Here's a big picture example of the biblical creation model.
Okay.
And so what you're looking at is a phylogenetic tree.
No, it's not. Because if it were a tree, it would be rooted. But it's not. And so we don't know what's going on in terms of where the root of this tree is. You want to say that it's somewhere in the middle so that you can say that the three main burst areas are the three sons of Noah. But there's no actual way to root the tree that way. So, no. That is not something that actually is in line. In fact, the root is probably... See those blue arrows far off to the right? That they're so far off indicates that the most likely rooting point is between the center green arrow and that where those blue branching points on the right start to branch out. That's the most likely root for this. He doesn't want to say that because then that actually means that there's really more like 4 major groups, which doesn't line up so well with the Noah story of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So yeah, sorry buddy, this doesn't work for you. This actually hurts you. This data shows that you're almost certainly wrong about this. For $2, yeah, for $2, Metageeky Platypus Librarian says Raw Matt is the toxic black mold in Donnie's life. Oh, oh, you're probably right too. Yeah, sorry, Donnie. You got to deal with Raw Matt.
These branches, these lines, they represent DNA differences or mutations over time. Now, I want you to pay close attention to the middle here. This is a phylogenetic tree of mitochondrial DNA put together by Dr. Nathaniel.
I'm sorry, it was mitochondrial, not Y, but it still has the exact same problem.
Jensen. He is a cell biologist. He's a graduate of Harvard. He works at Answers in Genesis. And so he's doing fantastic work.
I've heard he might not be working there anymore. Although I think this stream was published like a good while ago. So I don't think that even if that's true, that would have been untrue at the time. But yeah, I think that he's exited AIG. AIG has been having some serious layoffs. So, yeah, they're not doing well. It looks like they're having trouble with their cash flow and also trouble figuring out what the heck to do because they tried to bring in a replacement for Ken Ham, and that guy was like, I'm out.
How do you replace somebody like Ken Ham? I feel like you don't.
That's the problem. Yeah, you don't. I think when Ken Ham dies, it's just going to be the end of Answers in Genesis.
Yeah, it's one of those things where sometimes something is built or is in such a way that like it's okay, it can just end. Like, but plan for that and do it that way, the
Well,
right way.
here's the other thing though. Like, let's say we have like a sale off of like all the Answers in Genesis assets. Who's gonna
Yeah.
buy a giant ark building?
Oh yeah, no, they screwed themselves, and
Yeah.
like good. Maybe somebody can buy it and turn it into a haunted house,
That would actually be a pretty fun haunted house.
right? That'd be pretty cool.
Or turn it into like the world's weirdest apartment building.
Oh,
You have to redo a lot of the interior, but like you could just do
Yeah.
that.
you could just do that. It'd be expensive.
Yeah, but not as expensive as buying a new building that's that big. It's
That's
already
true.
it's already got the central air set up because it would be a fatal interior otherwise, which itself is a problem for the Ark. Like, hey guys, how come you need central air in the Ark? Did Noah have central air in an attached concrete building? Did he? No, he didn't. Weird. How come you need it?
Hmm.
Oh, is it because the air would run out of oxygen and fill up with CO2 and methane if you had tourists coming through it with no more ventilation than just the one window that the Bible prescribes? Yeah, I think that is why.
Hmm.
So curious.
On the topics of mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome. And you'll notice these 3 arrows in the center. What these are, and it's well established even in the conventional literature and understanding of mitochondrial DNA, these are what's called the 3 major haplogroups, L, M, and N. Well, consider what the Bible says.
What? Whoops. Nope. Actually, no.
Hmm.
In fact, that area that I was talking about on the right, that's a different major haplogroup, and the other 3 arrows are pointing to subgroups that are the sister. They're all collectively the sister group to that one very divergent group on the right. And you know where that group is, Chesh? The most divergent group?
Where?
It's all in Africa, which is further evidence for humans originating in Africa and all humans outside of Africa being more closely related to each other than the average African is to any other average African. Which is what you would expect if humans evolved in Africa, but not what you would expect if humans got off of an ark in the Middle East. So this chart is actually, despite the fact that it was compiled by Nathaniel Jeanson, is in fact amazing evidence of how wrong Jeanson is and how wrong the picture of genetics that you would glean from the Bible is.
We started off with 2 people, Adam and Eve. Then a couple thousand years later, we have a flood bottleneck. And the earth restarts with 8 people. Noah, his wife, their 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their 3 wives. Well, that's interesting. So every single human today can be traced right back to Noah's 3 daughters-in-law.
Well, I mean, that is the hypothesis that you would put forward, but even this own starburst, which isn't rooted specifically because making it rooted would show how stupid this whole idea is, but even without rooting it, it's pretty clear that this does not actually support that idea.
And coincidentally, according to those that hold to evolution, we can actually see that all these branches trace back to 3 main starting points.
Except that that's just a lie. They don't show that. And Joshua Geese has just gifted 10 more memberships. Thank you very much. Keeping the stream alive. It is very much appreciated. Jess, you're once again stuck with me for more than 40 more minutes.
More than 40 more minutes?
Yeah. You're
Oh,
gonna be
damn.
able to handle it?
Yeah, probably fine.
Okay, cool.
I'm okay so far. I haven't lost my mind yet.
Oh, maybe you did a little bit earlier.
I did a little bit earlier, but I'm okay. I'm all
You
right.
scooped your mind back in.
Yeah, I managed to lick it back off the floor.
Gross. I hope you vacuum and or mop frequently.
Yeah, I do.
3 main major mitochondrial DNA haplogroups, L, M, and N. Fits the biblical creation model beautifully, Eric. And
I love that they are not allowed to root this tree, because the minute you root it literally anywhere, the entire narrative falls apart. Which is why they will never present a rooted mitochondrial Eve phylogeny. They just won't do it.
these scientific facts, they didn't have to turn out this way. Okay, the biblical creation model, yes, we demand a first man. We demand a first woman. But the evolutionary model, not necessarily. And yet
it still demands a Y chromosome and mitochondrial Adam and Eve, because that's
We
just how math
demand.
works.
Who are you? Who are you to demand anything, you loser?
I mean, there's that. He's your fault though. You know that, right? He's the Canadian one. I blame you
I'll
and
take care.
Kip.
I'll take care of it.
Okay.
He's in my part of town.
Yeah. I actually do know what town he's in, but I don't know how public he is about that, so I'm not gonna say it.
It would be really funny if like his house got egged tomorrow.
No, it wouldn't. Don't egg Donny's house.
No, well, it's Halloween.
Okay, if it happened randomly as a result of like just
That's
some
what
asshole
I mean.
kids,
Like,
okay.
I just happened to say I was gonna take care of it, and it happens to be tomorrow is the night before Halloween, which is the night everybody goes out to egg. And it would be really funny if his house got egged and he complained about it, because it definitely wasn't me. Okay, it would be funny.
I am telling everyone in my audience and who might see this later, don't go egg Donny's house, even if you know where it is, which I don't. I don't like. I know what city it's in, but I couldn't find it on a map if I wanted to.
I'm saying this because it would be funny.
There. Also, it's the city that Chesh once recommended I move to. Does that not help?
I don't remember anything, dude.
Chesh has no memory. I sent it to you in DMs so that you can see.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not my part of town. That's Kip's part of town.
No, it's not.
What do you mean?
Kip's in, like, the opposite side of the country.
You need to open a map, sir.
Maybe
You've got us backwards.
maybe. Wait, hold on. No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong about which city it is. What city am I thinking of?
I don't know.
I know.
I don't know.
Give me a second.
Now he's got to go figure it out.
I do, actually. It's important to me.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Respectable.
Oh, okay. Now I know. It's a different city with the same starting letters.
Oh, okay. I think I know what you're talking about now. Then. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. All right.
All right. There we go. That's why.
We're now on the same page.
It is closer to you.
Yes.
And that is this place that you told me to move.
Yes.
This is what the data has come out to be, and it flies in the face of evolution. It
Oh, the data's
confirms
coming out,
biblical
is it?
creation.
Well, when you first put the graphic up,
Sounds
I
kind
was
of
thinking,
gay.
What's up? Sorry.
Don't ignore me. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
Just being an asshole.
Fair.
it was a Big Bang model. So thank you for
Yeah.
explaining this. So those three green arrows are all everything goes back to those three, and this is the mitochondrial. So this is what mother passes on to daughter. Guys don't get this at all. This is groups around the world. This is examining women's DNA around the world and showing where there's a divergent, where it goes off, and tracing it all back to one origin, or to those three, which all came from one. Is that kind of the idea that I'm getting here?
That's exactly right. So if you look at the branches that are connecting the three nodes, those are what we would call representation of pre-flood mutations or DNA differences. And then all your
How did you establish that? They just didn't. They just assumed. Okay, I got it. Yeah.
branches radiating out, those would represent post-flood mutations or DNA differences. So you can see all your post-flood differences radiating right back to those three major haplogroups, which I would argue could certainly be Noah's three daughters-in-law. If
Could you? Could you make that assumption? Because you can't, though, right? So, if you've ever seen a normal phylogeny, right? It's the one that we saw earlier with the humans and the chimpanzees and the bonobos and the gorillas, right? And you notice how there was a little stick pointing up at the very top of that chart? That's called the root, right? And you can orient the root in whichever way you want, but then the rest of the branches go away from it in that direction. But you'll notice that there's no such point here, right? All of these points end in actual individuals who've had their genome sequenced. So where would you put the root such that you would get this 3 starburst pattern that wouldn't actually be one outgroup and then the rest of the diversity? Where would you put it? It's a trick question because you literally can't put it anywhere and have that happen. The reason that Nathaniel Jeanson is displaying this data like this and using these points as his supposed ancestors is because he's lying to you. He knows better. He knows this is bullshit. He knows the data do not support his conclusion. So I just disconnected again. So what I'll say is he knows that what he's doing is in fact
And Ever's got again.
misrepresenting this. So yeah. It's very, very, very frustrating. I don't know why StreamYard keeps kicking me out, but we're gonna figure out. We're at 15:10 on that video, so I'm gonna refresh StreamYard and see what the heck the problem is. This is very annoying. Try refreshing again. Sorry about this. Stop being a jerk. Why isn't it working? Audio is the right thing. This is very, very annoying. Hi, Chesh. I'm back.
Hi.
I don't know what the heck's going on.
That's okay.
Thanks.
It happens.
Yeah, it does. It's very annoying.
This week on the Creation.
We have to fast forward to 15:10, which is where we were. I checked before I logged out.
Okay. That's
Okay. And then Fred Thurbin gifted 5 more Dapper Dinosaur memberships. Thank you very much.
Good. Yay!
All right. So, Chesh, you continue to be stuck with me.
Okay.
Okay. We might even be able to get Ben some free pizza.
That's pretty
It
sweet.
fits
Mm-hmm.
perfectly. It's exactly what we would predict based on the biblical creation model. And as you said, the mitochondrial DNA compartment, Eric, it's very similar to the Y chromosome in the sense that it's uniparentally inherited. So it's passed down, it's transmitted on one side, the mother's side. Men, we do have mitochondrial DNA, but we don't pass it on. And so again,
Usually. And when it does happen, it usually causes some pretty serious problems. So that's close enough to being true that I just want to, like, give them some credit for getting it right.
and we have another DNA compartment that we can look at. We can compare mitochondrial DNA worldwide. We find that there's incredibly low diversity. There's only a few mutations. The mutation rate is high. And all this mitochondrial DNA goes back to a single woman, the mother of all humanity, which the Bible calls Eve, the mother of all living, Adam, the first man. And so we've literally rediscovered genetics. We've rediscovered.
What do you mean we've rediscovered it?
What?
Even if the genetics did support the Bible in a way that you think they do, which they don't, that wouldn't be us rediscovering it. It would be us discovering it. We didn't lose that information. We just didn't have it.
Maybe we had it during Tower of Babel or Babel or whatever.
Maybe.
Maybe.
All right, I am out of beverage, and I also maybe need to do some bio stuff. So here's what I'm going to do.
Some bio stuff.
Exactly. Chesh. Tell
Yeah.
people about a D&D thing or something, and I will be right back.
Oh. Okay, hi. It's me. Time is weird and wibbly wobbly. I have many questions. One of those questions is, how does time work on a scale or like on a round Earth when you're dealing with things like what's the word I'm looking for? If you've got a curse, right? if you've got a curse and you're like, hey, this curse goes off at, let's say, midnight, right? How does that work? How does that work in the sense of, like, does it happen at midnight from where the spell was cast? Does it happen at midnight to the local time of the person who is cursed? Does it happen to the time of the local time of the person who did the cursing? I have many questions, and I understand none of these things. So, if you happen to know the answer, or you think you know, you let me know. Please. Thanks. I would like to know. Speaking of D&D, have you seen the video about the original rules for women in D&D featuring Ginny? No, I haven't, but I am aware of a lot of the original rules. I've seen older videos than hers about it and stuff like that. I am painfully aware of the prior D&D rules. The caster has to decide local to the person being cursed. You can just cast. Well, but theoretically, you can outrun if the Earth is a globe, if the world you're on is a globe, and if it's to local time, theoretically, if you move fast enough, you'd be able to outrun your curse. Right? Right? Hi. Hello. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, did I miss anything? Did I miss more memberships or anything?
No.
No, doesn't look like it. Okay, cool.
We were talking about time.
Time.
Yep.
Sounds terrible.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Genesis in our genetics.
How can, if you believe in evolution out there, you have got to be willing to ask yourself the question, how did this get it right?
It didn't. That's the answer. You're
How
wrong.
How did this get it right?
I mean, he's holding the Bible.
Wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah, it just didn't.
The price is wrong.
And if by get it right, you mean that there is a single male ancestor that's the most recent common universal ancestor for humans, that's a mathematical inevitability. And there is no reason to think that that individual is the first ever human. That's just not a thing. So that's how, Eric, I've answered your question.
For us right now, in the past, when did they discover the three different mitochondrial all going back to one? When did that kind of become?
Never. The answer to that is it never happened. Because
Not
we never
even
found.
Once, baby.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Zerolon has upgraded membership to Seropsid. I'm also seeing Anonymous Pies upgrading to Amniote and Michaela Snow as upgrading to Amniote. So thank you very much, which means we get to add more time.
Yay.
So, yay for time. Yeah, it's amazing whenever Eric is always just like, how could this have happened? And it's like, it just didn't. That's it. That's it. It just didn't.
You're wrong.
I'm like solid scientific fact.
Well, they've known about the three major haplogroups for a while. That's not contested.
Okay, so in a way, yes, you can pick the three largest haplogroups out of mitochondrial DNA, right? But they don't actually burst out of a single point. No matter how you root the tree, they don't actually form polytomy, which is what he needs them to do, basically. And they don't. So, like, in the one sense, we're like, yeah, if you want to pick the three largest haplogroups in terms of, like, genetic diversity, you can. You could also pick the four biggest. It's just as arbitrary. You could pick the two biggest, because of those three, two of them are actually grouped together to the exclusion of the third. You're just picking an arbitrary level and saying, oh, look, it's the number the Bible said. Okay, great. I could pick a different number and say the same thing. Who cares?
But Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson, he published a book, which I actually have behind me, Replacing Darwin, where he put forth this line of evidence.
Hey, Chesh, you want to guess where the book Replacing Darwin was peer-reviewed? To see if it's actually, worth a damn?
Am I allowed to swear yet?
Yeah. We put the, this is a viewer discretion stream intro before,
okay.
Yeah.
Fucking nowhere!
Yup. Oh, hey, I know where my towel is has upgraded their membership to Amnio. Thank you very much. All right, here we go.
I would say, Matt, maybe 5 years ago.
2015 was his initial release.
Okay, there you go.
Wow. So in the last 10 years, it's finally catching up to what God.
Okay, we figured out why Matt is here. He knows one date better than what Donnie knows.
Ah. Well, good job.
Good job, right? Yeah, good job, Raw Matt. You did it. And I'm also not going to check on those publication dates because I don't care at all. Let's see. An Intrigued Feline says, didn't Dan review it? He did, but only after it was published. So that's not peer review, because peer review comes before publication.
God's word is actually said. I mean, to actually go through the science and realize you got to ask yourself, how would this book have known? You got to ask yourself that question. How would it put together, even if you consider it an ancient myth?
Okay, Eric, I know you're not going to watch this. I'm going to talk to you anyway. What I need you to understand is that what didn't happen was scientists just happened to find a thing that agrees with the Bible, and wow, isn't that amazing? What
Well,
actually
it's not when the Bible is so wishy-washy about what it's saying a lot of the time. You can kind of just do that with anything.
But what's actually happening here is that someone who desperately wants the Bible to be supported by science, and not just the Bible, but their particular interpretation of the Bible, went to the scientific data and started rummaging around for anything that he could twist to fit the narrative he had already pre-selected as the only viable option. That's not amazing. That's not particularly interesting. It in no way is evidence of the truthiness of the Bible.
It's not even impressive.
Right. Anyone can do that with literally anything. It's just like it's honestly, it's the exact same thing as flat earthers cherry picking data and misinterpreting things in order to say, see, all the available data supports the flatness of the earth. Even though, no, it doesn't. That's not even close to true. So, yeah, not even a little bit.
I think one of my favorite things that flat earthers and young earth creationists have a problem or have in common is that they're both like, but look around.
Yeah, it looks like it was created. It looks flat.
It looks flat. It looks like it was created. Look at the beauty in the trees. Ooh.
Honestly, I've been encountering a lot more arguments that just boil down to look at the neat thing, which is just the argument of look at the trees. Trees are neat, therefore creation.
Trees are neat.
And like, trees are neat, I will agree. Just that does not get us to therefore special creation.
Yeah.
Oh, even in the second time I told you that the city I was actually thinking of, I left out a letter. It was a typo.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, you know that there was supposed to be an N there.
Yeah, I knew what you meant.
Okay.
How would it get this right to go back to 3, which is what you'd get with Noah's 3 sons and their 3 wives on board an ark and everything else, all other people being destroyed?
You're not even doing the math
fits,
right.
it confirms.
They never do.
Hmm.
See, the thing is,
I'm not good at math.
You can't do the math right when you're frequently off by like 6 to 7 orders of magnitude. Like, you can't afford to just do math.
Guys, I promise I just spilled egg on myself. It's nothing else. Don't worry about it.
Wow. My stream is about to get taken down.
Brother!
Do you need to go change or anything?
I had to go clean myself. No, I'm fine. I'll manage. Don't worry about it.
Okay, thanks.
It's fine.
And that's how Dapper Dinosaur's channel ended.
Hey, gone forever.
I
did it.
What the Bible says. You mentioned something else. You said there's not a lot of diversity among the mitochondrial. Is that right?
That's right.
If I'm going out of order,
I mean, that is true. The human mitochondrial DNA is actually highly, highly conserved, which means it's under lots and lots of selection pressure. So, like, I don't... Okay. Thank you for all the Slurpee noises. That was great.
you had kind of an idea. You go through what you think we ought to do, Donny.
No, that's good. That's good. So here are predictions. And Matt, he's done a lot of study on mutation rates. He's done a lot of study on mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosome Noah. Now, we say Y chromosome Noah, Eric, because our last Y chromosomal ancestor would actually be Noah at the flood, right?
I actually think that's a thing that creationists should generally do if they're accepting the flood, is they should say Y chromosome Noah. And they do. He does, at least. And you know what? Good for you. That is actually your model. So I appreciate you adapting your terminology to make it clear that you have a different model than science does. Fair enough.
Good job.
Yeah.
The flood bottleneck. And he would have passed his Y chromosome on to his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now, the Bible says that God created two people, Adam and Eve, just roughly 6,000 years ago. And so what that does is it restricts levels of genetic diversity, as you just pointed to, Eric.
It does, but also it restricts it to less genetic diversity than humans actually have. Because one of the problems is, well, it does restrict it considerably for the Y chromosome, because there would only be one ancestral Y chromosome going all the way back to Adam, and then another bottleneck, so it just goes back to Noah, really, in terms of extant human diversity. It also means that we have a maximum of 4 alleles per locus across the rest of the genome, right? So all your other chromosomes, including X and all the other 22 chromosomes, right, all have a maximum of 4 alleles per locus. But humans have more than that. A lot more than that. There are more than 1,000 variations of just hemoglobin in humans. We can tolerate, like, not much more than 4. So, like, yeah, this doesn't work. Because once you look at the autosomal DNA, you realize, oh no, there's far too much diversity.
Donny looks like the cousin of a guy I dated one time, a long time ago. And that guy didn't, like, got a new car, refused to change the oil on it, and then blew it up.
And then he had to buy a used car from Donny.
From Donny, yeah.
Donny Deals. That's what he called himself when he was a used car salesman. He called himself Donny Deals.
Of course, that's what he called himself.
Yep.
What else would he call himself?
There is no other option. It's the only thing he could have called himself.
There is no other option. He had no choice. His parents cursed him, or God cursed him, or whoever did it. I don't know.
And so, as biblical creationists, what would we expect to find in terms of levels of genetic diversity? Is
much lower than we have extant, actually, what you would expect. Because we can time how long it would take to accumulate this level of diversity, and it would take at least a couple orders of magnitude longer than you have available. It would take about 200,000 or so years.
That's a lot of years.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is compared to the 6,000 that he thinks he has available, or really more like 4,500.
He's assuming a lot of time.
Yes, although less than he actually has, or less than he actually needs.
Yeah, which is funny because he's like just making hard mode for no reason.
we would expect to find low diversity, that we are all basically exactly alike. Every single human being is 99.999% identical. We're all
no, that depends on what version of genetic similarity you're using. This is using the protein sequence alignment, or not, the alignable protein coding sequences comparison, which is the one that recovers chimpanzees and humans as about 98% similar, which is a version. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, how does Donny think parental testing works?
I've heard him ask that question, and I don't think he actually knows.
Oh, I like that somebody else asked. I appreciate that.
I'm pretty sure Erica has asked him that more than once. Erica is more tolerant of Donny than I am, and I don't know why, given how sexist he is. You would think that she would have less tolerance for him.
Erica, to me, seems incredibly patient.
Yeah.
And to the point that it might be a little bit of a detriment. And I don't mean that like I'm not being I don't mean to be critical. I love she's lovely. Absolutely lovely. I just think sometimes people who are obvious liars need to just be called actual fucking liars.
Yeah. But yeah, so using the same technique that Donny rejects for human chimpanzee similarity, this is how you get that. If you actually use the technique that gets you about 85%, which is what he actually does want to go with, then this number also drops into, I believe, the high 80s. Sable Eagle says, wouldn't Eve's mitochondria be identical to Adam's too? I guess it depends on what God did. I don't know. Shouldn't the amount of diversity in the Y chromosomes imply the same time elapsed as the amount in mtDNA? Yes. Yes, it should, and it does not. If I remember correctly, they vary by about 33% on average, and they do have a tiny little sliver of overlap in their uncertainties, but I mean, that level of overlap is not enough to say that it's enough to say they almost certainly did not live together, Y chromosome Adam and mitochondrial Eve. It's not impossible, but it's vanishingly unlikely.
Extremely closely related. And again, this, Eric, is exactly what we would expect to find if biblical creation is true. If we started with just two people, Adam and Eve. The evolutionary community, they were flabbergasted. They were shocked by this data because they understood that if deep time evolution were true, and we've been evolving for millions of years and adding mutations and diversity to the gene pool of human beings and pre-human beings who they call hominins, then we'd expect higher levels of diversity. But Eric, that's not what we find. We find low diversity in mitochondrial DNA, low diversity in the Y chromosome, and low diversity in the human genome in general. Again,
So he's not wrong that we
just using the word diversity, abusing the word diversity.
Not really. I mean, he is right that there is lower diversity in humans than one might expect from a species of the size of humans and that has been around for as long as a human.
There's a lot of us, yeah.
Yeah. Also, Macy Justiniano just edited their membership from $10 a year to $51 a year. So thank you very much, and we just increased the timer as a result. So yeah, humans do have a low amount of genetic diversity. That just is a thing. And we know why that is. It's because humans have gone through some bottlenecks where their population was reduced to a very small number, probably in the tens of thousands, which is hard to imagine today, given that there are like 8 billion humans. But yeah, in the past, there were very few humans. In fact, a significant portion of the humans who have ever lived are currently alive.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Good job, humans. You did it. You became the most numerous primate species. By a lot.
By a lot.
Yeah. So, in fact, humans might be in the running for most numerous mammal species. I don't know about that, though.
We could afford to slow our roll a little bit.
A little bit. Stop being horny, everybody. It's clearly what most of the major corporations want you to do.
Not even once.
I know.
Stick it to the man. Be horny. Be proud.
Look, I don't think anyone should be telling you how horny you should be.
Yep.
That's a you thing.
Yep.
So, there you go. Intrigue Feline says, isn't it plausible that a low diversity also caused by the warmongering species that we are in several past millennia? Yeah. It's certainly something to be considered. Now, I don't think that that's currently the best explanation that's available to the scientific community for why humans have that low diversity is directly because of, like, intraspecies conflict. But it's certainly a possibility as one of the factors. So, here we go.
This is right from the conventional literature. All human beings are 99.9% identical in their genetic makeup. This is exactly what we would expect. If
Also, thank you to JHop720 for upgrading your membership to Seropsid. That really does mean a lot.
biblical creation is true, but this is not what we would expect if evolutionary theory were true.
So their own science is disproving evolution and proving and showing, confirming, look guys, God got it right, which for me, I'm going, no wonder. Of course he did. He's God. He knows everything. Matt, when you go into the science of this, I saw that you had...
Oh no, he's specifically called on Matt.
Oh boy,
this
here
is
we
like,
go.
remember being
It's
in
time.
school and the teacher is like trying to make sure that everyone gets a chance to participate, and so they call on just the dumbest kid in class, and you realize, oh no.
And everybody's like, oh God, here we go.
That's what just happened right now.
Yeah, I know that. That was me.
You didn't have to report on yourself like that.
Listen, I'm not kidding anybody. You all know.
Let's see. Noble Pain says, who's been at the channel member for 6 months and is at the annual level, says, who knew Dapper was a horniness libertarian? Today I learned there's a horn there. Got it.
Hey.
Yeah, look, as long as everything's consensual and safe, and also probably it's to some degree in private, I'm not a big fan of just like publicly engaging in various acts, shall we say. But like, yeah, do have fun. Do what you want, man. Don't let me or anyone else tell you that like you're insufficiently or too I don't know, horny. I don't know. Be a decent adult human. It's not that hard to do. And don't try to police other people on that same matter.
Yep.
You go into the peer-reviewed research showing how diverse things are and showing how long it would take to get that diversity. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. And which is really good because we've been told that, the peer-reviewed secular literature doesn't point to anything biblical.
Which is true.
And we're going to show that that's exactly the opposite of what's true. And they've lied to us.
How is it that Matt has managed to make it look like he has less light shining on him than the nighttime scene behind him? How is that even possible?
Does his computer not have, like, light on the screen?
Maybe he's coming in from a phone. I don't actually know.
Like, brother, what are you doing? I can't with this man.
Yeah.
So
point this out, man. I mean, this is good.
So when you type into Google, how old are humans? What do we actually get as a
You get AI slop. Why are we talking about AI slop? Oh. The AI slop is the stupidest feature. It's not even a feature. This is the stupidest bug that Google has.
Again.
Oh my god.
Tell us how to make arsenic in my laundry machine.
Jeez. Hey, remember.
One of the ones we talked about, it told us how to make mustard gas.
Something like that, yeah.
It was like, here's how you clean your washing machine or your laundry machine.
Oh yeah, and it was mixing
It
bleach
was
and ammonia.
mustard gas.
And yeah, that just
Yeah.
makes mustard gas. Yeah.
That's so good.
There was other one where it's like, it's recommended that humans eat 1 small rock a day. And also that pregnant women smoke 1 cigarette a day.
One small rock.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess in the sense of like salt, yeah, I do eat some rocks every day. So I guess technically that's true.
Technically.
Yeah, just guys, everyone should know this. Ignore the AI summary of everything. It's worse than worthless. It is a negative value. It is more likely to mislead you.
An answer. Well, humans evolved in Africa around 300,000 years ago, right? It says it right there. I mean, it's undeniable. Okay, well,
I mean, it's not undeniable because it says it in the AI summary. It's just that it happens to be accurate. Metageeky Platypus Librarian for $2 says raw mat is black hole toxic mold. He's so black, he's a black hole. No, I like it. He's blacker than the blackest black times infinity.
Whoa.
Yeah, pretty metal.
That's a lot.
Yeah. It's also a direct reference to Metalocalypse.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff.
what's going on here? I mean, we were told that we descended from 2 people and fairly recently. So is this really true? Should we trust what Google tells us is the answer?
No, you shouldn't trust the AI, Matt. But what you should do is scroll down to some of the actual results and check those.
Oh my god.
And in this case, it's going to tell you about the same thing.
Oh my god. They're so just incredulous. They're just like, let's just throw incredulity around like it's worth anything.
Right? I don't know. This doesn't make a bunch of sense to me. Guess it must be false. Yep, that's definitely how that works.
Oh, yeah.
Answer?
Absolutely.
I would say absolutely not. What they're doing is they're hiding the actual evidence of this biblical ancestry that we can trace lineages back through time directly to Eve. And so when we do that and we look at the mitochondria, what Donny was talking about, and we follow it through women's lineages backwards through time, looking.
Well, I have a bad news. I did have just now a cancellation on Patreon, which means that if we want to increase it up again, we'll have to increase it beyond where it was before, rather than to just a little bit now. Yeah. So I'm not going to lower the time, but it does mean that we're a little bit behind in terms of adding time on Patreon. So.
It would be really, really funny if losing somebody like made the time go down and everybody just to get us out of here and end the stream left and then resubbed after we left?
That would be amusing. Not
It would be funny.
to me, but it would be to you, I suppose.
I think it would be funny.
Fair enough. What is this chart supposed to be? This is horrifying.
I think it's a death battle.
Between...
So you read it right to left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess. I guess in that case it could make kind of sense.
Mutations, these little dots, evolution would predict that a lot of time has happened to accumulate these mutations. We would say, no, a little bit of time has happened.
No.
There was a flood, and then we go right back to creation where there was no mutations found in Eve. So what happened is we looked inside the mitochondria, and
At any point did he explain how that chart was supposed to make sense?
No.
Okay, cool.
No, they just showed it and we're like, yeah.
we found only 24 fixed substitutions. Substitutions are just a type of mutation.
Compared to what? Fixed relative to what? Matt, do you know how any... Of course he doesn't know how any of these words work. You can't just say we found 24 fixed substitutions. It has to be substitutions when compared to what ancestral genome, in what lineages. If every single human has these 24 fixed loci, then that means that was the situation in mitochondrial Eve. So what is it? Is it a fixed mutation compared to something earlier than mitochondrial Eve? Well, in that case, you can't argue that mitochondrial Eve is actually Eve from the Bible, which you would like to do. Is it 5 substitutions in one lineage compared to another? Is it 5 sites that tend to have fixed substitutions, in which case actually, or 25, I mean, or I guess he said 24, whatever, doesn't matter. In which case that would actually just be 24 variable sites. What are you actually talking about? These words don't
What about the
work the way.
mysterious behavior of the barbecue lid?
Julian Calendar says, is Ramat telling on himself by acting like evolutionists only use the AI summary on Google search? Is he revealing what he does? I think so. I think he is indeed revealing what he does. And that, yeah, it's just the laziest thing imaginable.
Hooray!
Yeah.
That just changes the letters, so we can look in there and we can see them. They're very easy to spot nowadays. So what happens is when we look at substitutions, we go, wow, what's going on? Well,
Hey, we're back up past where we were before. We're now up to 8:38. So thank you very much. That is going to be adding time. And let's see who added all this time for us. Looks like it was, let's see. Oh! Someone canceled and then went back up to all the way up to Diapsid. That's what happened.
I thought that might have been what was happening, but I don't want to say anything.
Well, hey. So now we're up at 38 minutes. It's possible we'll actually finish this video and get to talk some D&D.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah, that
We're
would be
pretty
fun.
good.
We are.
We're
we
doing
are.
better than we do with Tisdall.
Well, yeah. Look, I like Tisdale Tuesday.
I like it too. It's a good time.
I do not like Lawrence Tisdale as a person.
I mean, fair.
Although I do find it somewhat funny that, like, more than once, several times now, creationists have cited sources that are like, in some other language that they don't think that people looking at them are going to know. And yet,
yeah.
I in fact do know how to check it. Like, even, was it Kent Hovind citing the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle saying dragons were real? And I was like, hey, let's check this, because guess who can read Anglo-Saxon?
Right?
Oh, creationists.
Forever underestimated Dapper.
Seriously, they're like, oh, this source in Latin. And I'm like, I could probably handle that source in Latin. Let's go check it out. And, like, could I pass with, like, flying colors in, like, a translation test? No. But can I check to see if it says what you say it does? Oh, absolutely I can. Also, whoever drew these pyramids forgot about perspective.
Ugh.
Which, yeah, it's a little annoying.
Yeah.
I know.
It's a little ass.
I don't think they're AI. So at least there's that, I suppose.
Well, if there's a mutation that happens in a small group of people, say you get blonde hair, well, if that's a dominant gene, then it's going to.
By the way, alleles are dominant, not genes, and blonde hair is not dominant, but it's just illustrative. So I don't care that much that he's saying, what if it's blonde and it's dominant? Okay, fine. But I just want to point out, alleles are dominant or recessive, which, by the way, huge lost opportunity, scientists. Make it dominant and submissive, not dominant and recessive. Come on, guys. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Mutation, it's going to spread through a population of small people really fast, and everyone's going to have it. If the population
Small
is very
people?
big, it's going to take a long
Yeah,
time
like
to
you.
sweep through that population before everybody has it. Well, evolution views everything through the lens of millions of years. So when they assume that humans were created, or I should say evolved 300,000 years ago, what they're doing is they're assuming that humans split from chimps 7 million years ago. So it's an assumption.
No, that's measured. That's why we've changed our estimate before. That's a measured. I'm going to
You're
super chat.
fired.
Super chat here from Phil Rivera for €5 says, I hope we can make the stream go longer with these, as well as contribute to the goal of the stream. I would love to hear you talk TTRPGs. Well, first of all, technically, super chats aren't extending. Super chats are just here. We'll drop a Steam key if we get enough of them, and they do help in terms of helping to fund the channel, but they are not extending. If you want to extend the time, you should send gifted memberships. But I will...
Go to the Patreon.
Yeah, go to the Patreon, losers. That's not true. You're not losers.
Losers!
Yeah. But no, you're not losers, though, is the other thing.
Dapper doesn't think you're losers.
I don't. Yeah. Chesh might.
I might.
Assumption
I would. I'm the type.
based on the fossil record. And you can ask AI, and just go into Google and type it. Say, is that true that evolutionary
Is that
biologists use the
true?
fossil record to
What a
invent
weird thing to
their
say.
mutation rate? And they admit, yes, it
God.
is. So what's going
Okay,
on?
So they're actually going, hey, we know that we evolved from apes 7 million years ago. So look at how many mutations we have, and then divide that into the 7 million, and that's how.
No, that's almost the opposite of what's happening. What's actually happening is that scientists are measuring that there is a difference between the long-term and the short-term mutation rate, is what I'll call it here, although that's technically inaccurate. By the way, Melly is someone who just added $1 to our Patreon timer, so thank you very much. So what happens is, if you test, like, say, a parent, a child, and a grandchild, so down three generations, and you see how many mutations have they accumulated in some spot on the DNA, right? You're going to get a number. And if you divide that by 3, you're going to get the per generation mutation rate that you're getting out of this pedigree study. Okay, cool. But what turns out happens is if you then keep going down the generations, and so you say get a grandparent and a child and a great-grandchild and then a great-great-grandchild and keep going, you'll actually find that the number that you get as you average these out starts to go down. And there's a reason for that. And it's because of selection, as well as, to some extent, genetic drift. Both of these tend to weed out some mutations while allowing others to persist. Which means that over a long period of time, unless there is literally no drift or selection happening, the number of mutations that persist in a population from an ancestral genome will go down. Which means that the long-term, what's called replacement rate, is measurably lower than the pedigree mutation rate that creationists like to use. And when you use the long-term substitution rate, which again, remember, isn't an estimate, it's a measured quantity, then this argument falls apart. And that's one of the things I really want to drive home is, this is not an assumption, this isn't something that was made up, this isn't something that we guessed at, this is measured, and the way that we can measure it is we know when certain areas of the globe were settled, and we have a pretty good history of the people who were there. So 2 areas that are really big options are the Canary Islands off the coast of Africa, and Tristan da Cunha, which is an island in the middle of the Atlantic in the southern hemisphere, which is really far away from anything, but I think the closest thing is to like Chile or something, is the closest country to it. But the Canary Islands are owned by Spain, and Tristan da Cunha is a crown protectorate of the United Kingdom. But we know when they were settled, right? So the Canary Islands were settled by North Africans a few thousand years ago in historical times. And Tristan da Cunha was settled by a known, named, we have the names of everybody, British colonists who settled on the island. Now, in a weird twist of fate, this was actually one of the times when Great Britain didn't do anything wrong by colonizing this island, because no one was already living there. It was an uninhabited island, and they set up a village there. So, good job in this case, United Kingdom.
The one time.
Right, you got it right this time. Yay! So, and so we know how many generations it's been. We can test the DNA. We can check in the case of Tristan da Cunha. We can actually exhume bodies from the time of the founding if we really need to. We can also check it against, say, known relatives in places like North Africa or England. And we find that when we do this, the measured phylogenetic replacement rate is significantly lower. So Matt here and Donny love to say, well, they just made up this lower number. No, we measured it. And we also know from our actual understanding of just the basics of how genetics works that the pedigree mutation rate cannot be the long-term substitution rate. It's mathematically impossible unless you assume literally no selection or drift, which isn't possible. That's not how genetics works. It's a stochastic thing.
How often they happen.
Exactly, and that's the rate of mutation based on evolution being true. Correct.
So it's not
Listen,
really
if these
based on the
guys wanna
science
do,
of it.
If these guys want to do a time frame and have like somebody care, then what they need to do is they need to figure out how in such a short period of time you ended up between the Ark and the plagues of Egypt.
Yeah.
Because for the plagues of Egypt, you not only need to have the wealth of history between Hebrew and Egyptian, and you've got the Tower of Babel somewhere thrown in there to change languages and all. So you have to have the history of both nations, then like what happened, and
Just-
then like all coming from like these whatever.
It's
let's
worse.
be kind and call it 12 people, right?
It's
Go on,
worse than that. You need to get all that in before Abraham gets to Egypt. Because remember, Abraham
Yes.
visits Egypt. It's not just like Moses and whatnot.
Yeah.
Abraham spends time in Egypt. So we only have, and here's the other thing, right? We know what animals are depicted in Egyptian hieroglyphics. So we know roughly what the animal diversity was in terms of large-bodied tetrapods in Egypt. In the Old Kingdom.
Yeah.
So we need to get all that done. We need to get all those organisms to exist, identifiably, the same organisms that exist today in Old Kingdom Egypt. And then we need that rapid, lightning fast speciation to just stop.
Yeah.
How does that work? I don't know. What did Abraham do in Egypt? Mostly try not to get his wife taken away from him in the stupidest way possible, by saying that she wasn't his wife and was just his sister. Although they were brother and sister, if I remember correctly. So, the Bible's weird. A lot of weird stuff.
It's just based on they already have the theory. They're actually saying the evidence has to fit this theory.
Talk about
No.
projection.
Wow.
If there is one group who is more guilty of the evidence has to support my preconceived notion than creationists, I don't know like what group it could possibly be.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Literally, you started out holding your Bible and telling us that this is the actual definite truth.
This is the answer, and God knew it the whole time.
Yeah. Like, you just do not have a leg to stand on when it comes to criticizing people for being conclusion first, evidence second.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, exactly, which is ironic because they're working backwards. They said, we already know evolution is true. Now we need to prove it's true. So we're going to invent our own mutation rate to prove when humans probably had a bottleneck about 300,000 years ago, which is ironic as well because they needed to invent this global bottleneck to reset genetic diversity because they discovered how low genetic diversity actually is in the human population. You see, they didn't want to do that. They expected to find massive amounts of genetic diversity with no genetic similarity between distantly related species predicted by in 1963 by Ernest Mayr, an evolutionist, by the way.
So first of all, it's Ernst Mayr, not Ernest Mayr. So there is that. Second, a prediction of evolution is that distantly related species should still have some genetic relationships because they share a common ancestor that had a definite genome that they both inherited. I can't even parse what Matt is trying to go on about.
Who knows?
And yet the exact opposite was found to be true.
Wow. Okay. All right. And what does the science show? How do we as a young Earth creationist, looking at real data, looking at real science, how do we handle this?
Easy. We go straight to their own literature. That's the good part about it. And
Why
in
did he go?
1993,
Why did this man go from not holding his microphone in his face where we could hear him fine and he wasn't popping and spiking his microphone to him holding it to his face where he's now doing that?
Chesh, this man barely has a brain.
How long has this man been on YouTube making YouTube content?
You're assuming that he has the capacity to learn from previous experiences.
But
I'm pretty
he
sure
was
he lost that.
doing fine and he went backwards.
Yeah, his brain is degenerating from a combination of malnutrition and, like, CTE.
Just doing nothing was an option, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but again, his brain
And it would
is
be better.
rotting. We're watching this man's brain rot as we, like, view this video.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure that Raw Matt's brain currently looks like Swiss cheese, and the holes are winning.
Yeah.
right around there, they did their first ever observational, repeated, testable study on 11 generations of Australian people, which were European by nature, not the Aboriginal people. And they got the first mutation and substitution rate. The difference between a mutation rate and substitution rate is they're essentially the same.
No, they're not. We've measured this in many cases to go back more than 11 generations. They're not the same. In fact, the paper that Donny sometimes cites about this is about the fact that we've measured them to differ. And also, it's mathematically impossible for them not to differ unless you want to say humans aren't under any natural selection or genetic drift. Shipfish, who's been a member for 43 months and is at the Tetchpod level, says, "Screonk!" with a Godzilla emoji. I mean, what's up? What's up is that we are doing the Patreon/channel membership drive. So, if you want to increase how long we're here for, the best way are to either increase your pledge on Patreon or sign up new on Patreon or gift a Patreon membership or gift some memberships or just join the membership yourself. So yeah, we have about 26 and a half minutes left, but if you want us to stay around, just Patreon or memberships, go for it. And also, if we get to, so if we meet the current goal, which I don't think we will, but we could, I will drop a Tomb Raider Steam key. And also, if we get the thermometer up to 100%, I will also drop a Steam key. And put up...
which one is it? Which Tomb Raider is it?
It's Tomb Raiders 1 through 3 remastered.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah. You're getting 3 games.
But a substitution rate usually test a diverse group of people to figure out when the most common ancestor to all of that lineage is.
It's most recent common ancestor. Most common ancestor doesn't make any sense, Matt.
Why does this man have to make this so difficult?
Oh, because he's an idiot.
Because he's brain dead.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because he's basically a walking vegetable.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever encountered a human who had less brain power than this.
That's impressive. I mean, we've talked about some really dumb people.
Yep. I've known people with, like, severe cognitive disabilities. Matt is stupider than most of them. And the difference is, he chose to be this way. These are the direct result of his choices. He wasn't born with an abnormality. He wasn't, didn't have some kind of, dropped on his head as a baby.
He doesn't have any excuse. He's just made poor choices his entire life.
Mm-hmm.
As haplogroups. So that's exactly what they did here. They tracked the European group of people, and they found one substitution every 25 generations, which works out to be a most recent common ancestor for all of European people about 5,000 years ago.
What is this AI slop nonsense? Look at it. It doesn't even read anything. Look at the text up at the top. Atfexums Ixinixieri. What? Why is this a thing? What benefit did you get from generating this slop, thereby helping to contribute to killing both the economy and the environment, so that you could show us what? What is this supposed to be? I want to go get a beer. I'm hitting play just to get this bullshit off of my fucking screen.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. Not very long ago. And so a lot of people listening.
Matt, if this equates to a most recent common ancestor of all European people 5,000 years ago, that's before your fucking flood.
I like to imagine that this, like, the guy in the middle, the big important one that started it all, is named Dave.
And the great thing is, other than him, these other people don't actually occur in definable like locations. And also, one of these
They're all men.
not. There's a few women here. There's a woman.
Where?
There's one on the far right towards the middle.
Oh, I thought that was a
Um,
mustache.
No, that's a really ugly lip.
Oh, there's one up to the
Top right?
middle, top. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
a
also,
woman
I
here.
think it's supposed to be a woman, like at the bottom, not quite the bottom left, but like going up in this.
Oh, is it? I don't know. It's hard to tell with AI generated nonsense.
Yeah, but also at least one thing here looks like just a landscape as a portrait, and one of them looks like an unidentifiable blob of nothing. Like, this is so dumb.
It's the Whomping Willow. Wonderful.
I love that Matt's like, look, this equates to an MRCA of all European people longer ago than I could possibly account for. Okay, cool, Matt. That's
All
great.
right. Cool story, bro. Thanks for continuously debunking your own concept.
Right? It's like, even if I'm right, the flood still doesn't work out. Okay.
Might be like, well, didn't Usher do a chronology in 1650 that got the year of about 6,000 years? That is true, but a lot other people besides him did chronology dates going all the way back to 240 AD.
But Dapper, did you consider a lot other people?
I didn't consider a lot other people.
Oh man, what were you thinking? There's a lot other people.
How could I have forgotten?
How have you forgot?
I love that it's not even just like he can't get scientific terms straight, just basic English.
How you in forgot?
Now, normally I wouldn't mention that because normally I'm like, well, you know, English is probably not the first language. No, English is his first language. He has no excuse.
And the range of the biblical timeline ranges between 6,000 and 7,500, and the global flood 4,369 and 5,329 years ago. So that's
the Oregons of life.
So you're saying that all of the Europeans descended from one group from 200 years after the flood, and all the other people groups did too, huh? Okay.
Kill me.
Group that we want to match. If things match in that window, we can be pretty certain then that the biblical timeline is accurate.
No, we can't. Because even if you're right, what that means is since all the other non-African groups are more closely related to each other than they are to the Europeans, and we know it took a while, just from archaeology, to spread out from the exit from Africa, that means that if you're going to find a most recent common ancestor for all of the non-African humans, it's still going to push it back way too far. And then if you try to include all the Africans, it's going to still push it back to way before the flood, Matt. You're cherry picking just the Europeans because you figured, hey, if I ignore the difference between substitution rate and mutation rate, which is already wrong, but if I do it, I can get a date that is slightly less than the oldest possible date I can find for the flood, and therefore say that that's evidence that the Bible's true. But that's not what's going on here, Matt. That's you cherry picking data and also making a bad assumption. And this is a great pause face, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's a good one. That's thumbnail worthy.
That's not evidence, Matt. That's evidence of you being a dishonest hack. Which we already knew you were, since you pretended that you had a peer-reviewed published paper under the name Raw Matt, lest we forget.
Hi, my name is Kent Hovind. This was published by Raw Matt. Where do you find these?
The internet.
The internet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Now, guys, I am hoping that we can get to at least a little bit of D&D stuff before we have to log off here.
So this got contested, and obviously they argued about this, and the author, Howell himself, did a rebuttal and refuted everything that the scientists were throwing at him. So then comes another study in 1997. This guy, his name is Parsons, and he works for the FBI, and he has access to the largest blood bank on Earth, where he can get...
Vampire confirmed.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what's going on right there. Anyone who works at a blood bank, you gotta, you know, I'm not saying they're all vampires. I'm just saying if I were a vampire, that's exactly where I would work. So, I don't know. Maybe next time you have to go to a blood bank, maybe wear that cross outside your shirt and, I don't know, eat a garlic heavy lunch, just in case.
Double check the name of your doctor isn't Dr. Acula.
Yeah. Also, bring a mirror, right? You know.
Yeah.
Grab blood from pretty much anybody, and that's exactly what he did. He grabbed blood from African Americans, Caribbeans, British
Did he have
people,
permission?
Hispanic people.
I don't know what the rules are there. So like I don't know, did these people contribute blood for like scientific purposes and then they were just like signing like, hey, whatever testing you need, that's fine. Yeah, I don't actually know. So yeah. I'm gonna play though.
And what did he do? Well, he was able to test the largest genetic study ever done and found that there was 10 mutations every 320 generations, which works out to be one substitution every 32.7 years, which places mitochondria.
I'm sorry. What does that word after 32.7 say? Is it years?
Generations?
Oh, it's generations?
Oh.
Hey, Chesh. About how long does it take to go from being born to reproducing as a human? Is it a year? Do most 1-year-olds start having kids as humans?
How many?
How many kids does the average 1-year-old that you know of have?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about this with these kinds of creeps, dude. They're like that, though.
They are. This is like the Matt Walsh talking about how 16-year-olds are at the peak of fertility bullshit. Which, by the way,
yeah,
not true. It wouldn't matter if it were true, but it's also not true. So, yeah.
It's not true.
Yeah, no, it turns out that actually it's in your like mid-20s when humans are at their most fertile.
Go figure.
Yeah, you know.
Who'd have thought?
Yeah.
Mitochondria Eve just 6,500 years ago. Now remember, evolution predicted, or they estimated, that we would find one substitution every 300 to 600 generations from a split. He found that there was one every 30 to 33 generations. So completely different. So, but why did they predict that? Well, remember, they found 24 differences. And then they said, well, okay, well, how long would it take over 200 to 300,000 years to accumulate these differences then? Well, that's when Parsons comes along again and says, let's double check this. So what happened is he published this study here in 1997, and it says our observations from the substitution rate is roughly 20-fold higher than it would be predicted from the phylogenetic analysis, which is the evolutionary timeline based on the fossil record. Using our empirical rate to calculate MTD, molecular clocks, would result in an age of Eve, mitochondrial, the most recent common ancestor, of only 6,500 years.
Which again is a little bit too long for the timeline, but also, hey, this is a paper from like the 90s. Do you think that in the subsequent, say, 2.5 or so decades, that this work has been supported in literature? Or do you think that it has actually been found to be incorrect and in need of correction and is not currently the consensus?
Perhaps.
Yeah, you might not be surprised to know, but in fact, this is not the consensus because this work has largely been overturned, which is why Raw Matt has to go back into the 90s when this was still an open question in order to find a paper that even barely supports him. That's why.
These people are unbelievable. Like, can't you just be content with life?
No, they cannot.
No.
Exactly what we would expect if the biblical timeline is true, and exactly what we see in the first published study.
So what are the evolutionists doing with this? So they're realizing we made this. We said that the science should fit our timeline of the 6 to 7 million years. The science isn't doing that. The mutation rate.
One paper wasn't doing that, and the science overall is. If you want to find one paper that has weird results in any field, you can. If you're willing to dig through the research to be like, oh, hey, what's one result that is not currently accepted because it's probably wrong, but was published anyway? Yeah, you can find that. It's easy. Josh Wiggies, thank you so much for gifting 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships.
Hey.
That'll help us keep going.
Can what?
Okay.
Whatever. This is
Rates are
dumb.
happening
Yes.
way faster than what they would. They had to stretch out the mutation rates to cover a
Yeah, and an intrigued feline points out Andrew Wakefield, for example. Yeah, exactly. If you want to find a paper that supports that vaccines cause autism, which they don't, by the way, you
Which
can find
they
it.
don't, by the way.
YouTube, I need you to pay attention. I am pointing out that it's not true. So please, don't give me another fake community guidelines strike. Although, at this point, it would be a warning.
Fake news.
But, yeah. It's the same thing. You can find a paper that'll say anything. Finding a paper is step one, right? If you want to make a claim about science, your step one is, okay, find some data that support you. Okay, I found a paper. Step two, hey, is that paper actually accepted? Has there been a retraction? Has there been a correction? How has it been responded to? That's the next step. Creationists barely ever get to even step one, although in this case they did, so good job, everybody.
Yay!
Yeah, you got to the absolute most basic level of what is doing a science like.
long period of time, and it's like, oh, they're happening too fast.
No.
Okay, well, just keep going. What did they do?
Okay. Well, they keep doing other studies because they're like, this can't be true. It's just it's not. So that's what's so funny. And here's for anybody that wants to know how to do the calculation of this mutation rate and how they got it, and why the substitution rate is exactly the same as the mutation rate.
Which again, is mathematically impossible. Matt is relying on something that is as impossible as having a circle with 4 points. That's what he's doing here.
See, what happened is they tried to say, well, the substitution rate is slower. We can't trust it. So they said, yeah, but that's exactly what Parsons did, was a substitution rate. And because the substitution rate tests the entire population, not just a single lineage of people. So they came along and said, this is shocking and very confusing. So what happened is he was joined the follow.
Hold on. He's like, it's not testing a population, or it's testing a population, not a single lineage of people. But if we're looking at like historical people, they were all fucking living in small locales surrounded by each other. So they were more than likely getting related in a lineage anyway.
Mm-hmm.
He, like, literally, his whole basis of his argument is that there is one lineage, though.
Well, kind of. There would be, like, subgroups of the lineage that would have different...
But, like, everything is all the way back to Noah and his 2 sons, and then, like, whatever DNA was in their wives.
The real fearmonger points out they pick and choose paper titles / abstracts like they choose Bible passages. Yeah, there is a similarity there, right?
Yeah.
The Bible says what we say it says, but only if you just interpret it the way we interpret it, and only if you cherry pick the same verses that we cherry pick. And to be fair, if you want to pull a coherent, theology out of the Bible, you're going to have to cherry pick, because the Bible contradicts itself all over the place. I mean, it just does. There's not really an argument to be had there. It doesn't contradict itself all the time about everything, but it certainly does about many things. And so, yeah, if you want to have a single coherent theology, you're going to have to cherry pick Bible verses, and you're going to have to use your theological tradition in order to tell you how to interpret the other verses that you're not emphasizing. It's just how it works.
Following year by another man named Hovind, and they ran the study again, and this time used even more blood. And they found the exact same results as last time. So the very critic that wanted to refute him, that joined him, said, wow, the results are actually spot on. They're perfect. They're literally 20 times faster than expected versus the, fake observed rate that they...
But, Matt, I also need to point out to you that when scientists use measured substitution rates, right now, the current ones, here in the 2020s, with 2020 papers, full of recent papers, full of more observations in these, we get a time to the most recent common ancestor for mitochondrial Eve in the hundreds of thousands of years, not the single digits of thousands. Same thing for Y chromosome Adam. And also, if you use the math that people like Nathaniel Jeanson, who you're basing this on, for estimating number of accumulated mutations, in, say, the Y chromosome of, say, Tristan da Cunha. This is math that's already been done. Dr. Dan has done it. The expected number of accumulated mutations is about 5. The actual observed number of accumulated mutations is, Jess, you want to guess?
More than 5?
No, it's less than 5, which is what
Less
evolution
than
would
5.
predict. But how much less?
Well, there you
But how much less do you think it is?
go. 7.
So you think it's -2 substitutions?
Yes.
Well, that would be physically impossible, so no.
No.
I know. It's 0. The number is 0.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean,
Did I
zero's
add
still
the
a pretty good
time
number.
for the 5 gifted subs? I did, yes. I did indeed. Unless something is wrong with my program.
Yes, indeed we do.
Which I don't think it is.
Created on their fossil record, and it's used by the FBI, so it's literally used in the field. It's not like this is just some speculative thing we can't.
Matt, do you think the FBI is trying to solve cold cases from 4,000 years ago?
Yes, he does. I now believe he thinks that.
You think they're trying to figure out who killed Ötzi the Iceman? The fuck are you
Yes.
talking about, Matt? The reason the FBI is using data like this is because they're trying to identify people who died who probably still have living descendants or ancestors, like living moms or kids or grandkids. With that low level of time, yeah, of course you're going to use the pedigree mutation rate because that's what you're concerned about. The FBI isn't using this to trace the ancestry of the human population as a whole through time.
I'm sold on the concept that if the FBI uses it, it must be good.
I mean, yeah. First of all, yeah, there is that problem. Oh, hey, we are now up to 857 on the Patreon. So let's add some money in there for some extra time. Chesh, we're back up to
Hey.
over 40 minutes left.
Oh man,
Oh yeah.
let's go. More of this.
Oh yeah. So let's see, who are we thinking? Let's see. I think we got Trixie Purple joining at the diapsid level. Thank you very much.
Hey.
I really do appreciate it. All right. Let's see what we're doing. Have you considered? Yes, they do. Yeah, Jillian. Yeah, maybe the FBI actually is in charge of the genealogy of the entire human race.
Of the entire human race,
Yeah.
specifically the FBI, only in the United States.
Right. Yeah. Actually, you know who basically is in charge of the genealogy of like the entire species? It's the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Yay.
They have like actually a while back when there were some devastating storms out in the Pacific and a number of government buildings were destroyed, which lost some of the genealogical records that the governments had.
Oh.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints stepped up and they were like, "Hey, we have copies. Do you want them?"
Why do you have copies?
So the reason is baptism for the dead.
Oh.
So there's a Mormon ritual where a Mormon will go
Non-consensual
into
baptisms.
well, so it's okay. I'm going to explain the actual thing that the Mormons think is happening, right?
Okay.
So what they will do is a Mormon will go into a Mormon temple and will read off a name of a deceased person and then be baptized under that name. And then the idea is supposed to be that this deceased person is informed while they're in spirit prison, which is where you go for now if you're a non-Mormon who dies.
I'm
but,
a
like-
fan of spirit prison.
Okay, and someone will come to you apparently and say, "Hey, someone has been baptized in your name. Would you like to get out of spirit prison as a result of that?" And
Yes,
you can
no.
and you can say no.
Uh-huh.
So what their ideas would be is that like, well, it is voluntary. Someone's like offering you this thing and you can take it or reject it. If you want to stay in spirit prison, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, which look, I know a lot of people are like, yeah, that I'm not super comfortable with that. I'm not entirely comfortable with it.
I
But
guess it could be worse.
yeah, in the grand scheme
Like
of
they
things,
think they're just offering something to somebody with consent.
Right.
Like they believe that. So I mean there's that at least. It's, in
And if-
their mind it's not forcible.
and if none of this stuff is true, then like literally nothing is happening.
Yeah, so you know
So,
there's also
yeah.
that.
In the grand scheme
It's
of
just kind of a little bit disrespectful to dead bodies, but you know.
well, I mean, nothing happens to the dead body either.
Oh.
Oh, and
I think it's
Ambi.
weird that they have people's blood or whatever.
No, it's names. It's literally just a list of names, Chash.
Oh. Okay.
There's no body parts at all involved except for the person who's being baptized, who uses their own body to get into the water, and the person baptizing them.
Okay, that's not so bad.
MBZ for $2 says, shout out for correct Mormon lore. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. I've never been a Mormon, but like, you know, I try to know about things.
Ever tries to get his stuff correct.
True. And I don't always succeed. And when you find out that I'm definitely wrong, I need you to let me know and let me know how you know so I can correct it.
I'm wrong all the time.
Mostly wrong, yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah.
Never listen
I'm
to
more
Chesh.
wrong. I'm more often wrong than right. Never listen to anything I say ever.
Mhm.
Do not subscribe. Go away.
Don't never follow.
Anything that happens as a result of you listening to me is fully your responsibility, and I cannot take any. You can't. It's not. No.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Use. No, it's literally used in the field. So this is what is amazing is they said using this new clock, she would be a mere 6,000 years old. This is published in a non. By the way, this is Ann Gibbons that wrote this. She's the one that.
This is the paper that they cite that points out that we have a difference in measured substitution rate, and that we have to figure out if we're going to take into account the difference between the substitution rate, which again is measured according to this paper, which isn't even really a paper. It's like an editor's, like a letter to the editor. But whatever, it was published in Science. It's in the peer-reviewed literature. But the whole point of this is saying, hey, when we're doing estimates for like how far diversion, how long back things are going, we need to find out like a rule of thumb for when we need to switch over from using measured mutation rates versus measured substitution rates. Because we don't have that right now. That's what this paper is. If you read this paper, which again, not really a paper, but whatever, it doesn't support anything that Raw Matt is saying right now. He's cherry picking quotes from it. He's quote mining. He's going down into the quote mines, into the depths of the earth. He's going to get quote
the
lung.
mines. He yearns for the mines.
Raw Matt, you know what? The other thing that's probably wrong with him is quote lung. The severe case of quote lung.
That's rough.
Yep.
That's rough, buddy.
Not a good time.
Nope.
Writes scientific articles. This is her, by the way, not a creationist, mind you. She is secular evolution.
You know, I will say, I don't think I've ever seen what Ann Gibbons looks like. So
now we know.
Yeah, now we know.
Can we also point out that like if these guys are gonna like are we still on the line that the term evolutionist is stupid?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to
and she said evolutionists are not doing good with this evidence. But
Wow.
don't worry.
Did she say that? Because I don't know where she said that. It certainly wasn't in that thing that you just cited.
Citation needed.
Zelane22 for $5 sends 3 pride flags. Thank you very much. And the trans pride flags specifically. And yeah, trans rights are human rights. And if you're not supporting trans rights, I don't need you here. You can go away.
Go away.
Yep.
Don't come back. We don't like you.
Yep.
You're not allowed to hang out with us. You're a loser.
This is a channel that definitely supports trans rights because they are in fact human rights. Because spoiler alert, trans people are humans.
Shocking, I know.
I know. Yeah, crazy. Yeah. In fact, I've met trans people, and one of the things that they've all had in common is being human.
Are in fact people.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Surprising, I know.
They came along and did even more studies. This one came out in 2000, and they yielded the same results again as Howell and Parsons. Interesting, isn't it? And then they ran a simulation. They
except that result that you just showed us wasn't actually the same, but okay.
said, okay, let's...
And also, Ann Gibbons didn't come out with results in that paper that you cited, Matt. There were no results in that paper because it wasn't a real paper. It was a discussion about when to switch our estimates based on measured differences between mutation and phylogenetic replacement rates. So it's not just that it was different or wasn't different or was the same or whatever, Matt. There weren't even results in the Ann Gibbons piece. I've read it many times. There are no results. It doesn't have a data table. It's not a paper.
run a mathematical simulation. That's got to be different, right? Because it's just the numbers don't lie. Well, guess what? That exact same thing happened in 2004.
No, the numbers don't
mathematical
lie, but I
simulation came to a
do.
conclusion.
You know, let's look this up, because this I haven't heard of this one. This is a new one for me.
Hey.
Let's check on it. Let's see what we get here. Modeling the recent, if I spell correctly, recent common ancestry of all living humans. Rohde. It's a weird name. Okay, that's in Nature. Let's see. So of course, this is from the abstract. So drink for just reading the abstract and like just the first couple sentences of the abstract. In fact, is this the first sentence in the abstract? Let's see. Yep. This is the first sentence of the abstract. Fuck off, Matt. You know what the first sentence of the abstract is every single time? It's setting up the problem that the paper is going to address. Okay, so let's read the abstract.
Why do they do this all the time?
Oh, because they're dishonest assholes.
Stop doing this. It's stupid.
If a common ancestor of all living humans is defined as an individual who is a genealogical ancestor of all present-day people, the most recent common ancestor, MRCA, for a randomly mating population would have lived in the very recent past. However, the random mating model ignores essential aspects of population substructure, such as the tendency of individuals to choose mates from the same social group and the relative isolation of geographically separated people. Here we show that recent common ancestors also emerged from two models incorporating substantial population substructure. One model designed for simplicity and theoretical insight yields explicit mathematical results through a probabilistic analysis. A more elaborate second model designed to capture historical population dynamics in a more realistic way is analyzed computationally through Monte Carlo simulations. These analyses suggest that the genealogies of all living humans overlap in remarkable ways in the recent past. In particular, the most recent common ancestor of all present-day humans lived just a few thousand years ago in these models. But was that person mitochondrial Adam or Eve? No.
But were they the powerhouse of the cell?
This is not even talking about the topic that Raw Matt is talking about. This isn't about Y chromosome or mitochondrial most recent common ancestor. This is talking about the most common genealogical common ancestor, which is going to be someone after those people.
This is so bad.
This is a completely different topic. So not only is he cherry-picking the abstract, it's a paper about an entirely different subject. Think about this. Okay, let's say that you have a cousin. Your most recent common ancestor is the grandparent or parents that you share in common.
Right.
Is it a guarantee that you are both going to have the same mitochondrial haplogroup or the same Y chromosome haplogroup? No.
No.
Not at all. Both of those could be different.
Right.
So, what does this paper have to do with anything? Nothing.
Nothing! It's fucking nothing!
Not quite a Trojan source because it doesn't directly contradict his claim, but what it does mean is that this is completely irrelevant. So did he... Okay, here's the poll. We're going to put up a poll.
Okay.
All right. Did Matt read and misunderstand paper, or did... I'll put a comma there. Or did he just not read it?
Assuming he can read it all.
And I'll add in a turtle option. I'll add the turtle option. Everyone hates it when I don't add the turtle option. There's our poll, everybody.
Conclusion that the most recent common ancestor of all present-day humans lived just a few thousand years ago in every single model that he ran.
Yeah, but Matt, that's not the same thing as being mitochondrial Eve or Y chromosome Adam. That person is of almost certain like, it would be virtually impossible for that person not to be later than Y chromosome Adam and Eve. Which means Y chromosome Adam and Eve, according to this paper, would have to be more than just a few thousand years ago. Tad is mad for $2 says, did Matt read? I'm going to stop you there. No, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Oh.
When are they going to wake up and smell the Bible? Like, how did this?
Hold on.
I don't want to smell the Bible.
I'll go get a Bible. Hold on. Give me a second.
You're going to go sniff it?
Yeah, I'm going to bring it here, and I'm going to sniff it and tell you what it smells like.
All right.
The answer's probably going to be paper,
Probably.
but I'll be right back. Entertain people. But don't get my channel taken down.
Guys, I don't. Oh, well, there goes all my plans. I'm thinking about doing a rum and coke over on Debate Pub soon. Do you guys want to participate? Do you guys think that'll be fun? I think that'd be fun. Why are electric cables black when most interior walls are in fact not black? And I don't mean like all power cables. I mean like the power cables that you get for like your house, like for like stuff that you generally find around your house, like, you know, lamps or like gaming consoles. I feel like all of them should in fact be like cream colored or white, but they're not. They're all black. Who decided this was a good idea? I don't know who decided this was a good idea. It's a terrible idea. It goes on my list of things of bad ideas. Don't draw circles. Oh, okay.
I came back with what is probably my least used Bible.
Welcome
This
back.
is my copy of Al-Kitab al-Maqdas, which is my Arabic edition of the Bible. And if you're wondering, Al-Kitab al-Maqdas means the holy book. So, okay, here we go. Yeah, it smells like old paper.
Yeah.
A little sour. A little bit of dust smell. Yeah, mostly dust and old paper. Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right. That's about what I would expect. Did evolution predict that?
I don't think so, but I don't really know. Yeah. So I do like how this Bible is nice and laid out, and we got all the chapter and verse numbers and all the Arabic text, and Arabic
There
is
are
pretty.
some pretty cool Bibles out there.
Arabic is pretty, everybody. It just is. All right. So we got. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. I think I missed a membership tag. There we go. Sapphire Rip Names Light,
Hey.
who's been a member for 41 months and is at the annual level, says, if Matt Powell were to join this stream, what are the odds of humanity surviving the resulting singularity of stupid? Low. But by the way, we do have an open invitation. If you are a young Earth creationist or other kind of anti-evolutionist, send me an email. It's the.dapper.dino.yt@gmail.com. I will send you a link to join this, and we will put you on stage here, and we will stop making fun of Raw Matt and start listening to whatever it is that you have to say. Because I don't know what that is, but, I mean, you're welcome to come and say it. So, yeah. All right, here we go.
Get it right. I mean, that's what I just find amazing is people say there's no evidence. People say all science disagrees. It doesn't. Science and God's word go hand in hand perfectly. Hey, I got to let my...
Perfectly.
Hey, did you know that the Bible says that you can get stripy livestock by having them mate near stripy sticks?
I did know that.
Did you know that that's not true? Like, even close to true?
You know, I've personally never tried it, but it doesn't seem like it's true.
Yeah, it's not. It's not true at all. Yeah, as Noramda points out, now that email is for business purposes only, true, but this does qualify as a business communication, which is also true. Yep. So, yeah. So when YouTube stops you and like, hey, this is only for business purposes, then you can say, yeah, that's okay. I'm doing this for business purposes. Because it's business for me.
I'm also not somebody who's going to stop you from lying to YouTube.
Yeah, there's that too. I don't super care that much. Like, if you
they lie to us all the time.
True. And if you start spamming me with, like, nonsense emails, I can just put you as spam, and there you go. Which, by the way, I like spam, and I kind of don't like that spam has become the word for things that are just unwanted, because I buy spam.
That's sad.
Now, I mean, it's been a little while since I had some. I think it's been like 4 or 5 days. But, like, still, I have spam in the kitchen because I enjoy spam. I actually have some teriyaki spam and some bacon spam.
Ooh.
Yeah.
my social media go. But after that, I want to ask you guys, somebody's saying, well, what about these ancestry tests that you can do where you find out where you're from? Oh, I'm this much Dutch, I'm this much, British or whatever. I want to talk about that. I got to let social media go though.
Why would he want to talk about that? What difference would that make?
It seems like it undermines their entire point that everybody is 99.9% related.
I don't know. But by the way, this is him doing his little wrap up, and they're going to go over to the paid only version of the show.
Oh,
This is the version of the show that gets released on YouTube, and then they do like
Does
at
that
least
mean-
as much again in his own website. We're almost
does
done.
that mean that means we did it?
Almost.
Oh,
And I also want to ask about just the mathematics of human population, where we're at today. So more to come. Hey, social media, our television audience, podcast audience, thank you guys for joining me today.
Oh, you're welcome.
television audience.
Yeah, this gets broadcast on some Christian channel.
Oh,
I really appreciate it. This information shows that you were created by God. And ultimately,
I mean, even if it were all true, it
Ow.
wouldn't actually show that, but like it doesn't show that anyway.
where does it?
Yeah. It would just show a recent origin for the human species, which is not the same as showing that humans were specially created. Now, it would be more compatible with the special creation in the Bible than what we actually know. But like, yeah, on its own, it's not enough to show that. But it would be supporting evidence.
I guess they're
guys,
trying.
that's my main point.
Yeah.
That's what I want you to understand. You are actually created by God. Inside every one of your cells, God is screaming the truth to you. You're created by Him, but you've rebelled against Him.
Wait, is that what my tinnitus actually is? Is God screaming at me? Because I would really prefer it if he would stop if that's what that is.
He could stop at any time. That would
Yeah.
be great.
Although, wait. So if I change religions, would it cause my tinnitus to go away? Like if I became an evangelical Protestant, would my tinnitus just disappear? Because I've been one, and I
like-
still remember having it.
I like the idea that all of the gods that have ever existed over time with any like real authority are all screaming all at the same time and they're just in different, they're just at different tones and in different levels. So like if you're in one religion, you get it in one way because a different god is screaming at you.
Ah. Well, then in that case, doesn't that mean that if I become an atheist, then I should have none of the tinnitus? Like none of the
No,
tones
it
should be
means
there?
they're all screaming at you all at once.
That's even worse.
Yeah, it's like the worst option. So like you shouldn't be an atheist because at least then you would have one less god screaming at you. Or potentially if you go polytheism, you might have more or less gods screaming at you all of the time. On the other hand, though, I like that is just the collective noise of the universe and there's some eldritch out there being like, this is my alarm clock. Shut up.
You deserve to be judged by Him. But
God!
you can also be forgiven by Him.
Who's
that
he
forgiveness
who deserves to judge me?
So now we're just preaching, so we're gonna remove Eric here. So now that we're done with that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a little bit of discussing the D&D stuff, because like I said, I spent like an entire night recently just blasting D&D ideas, most of which were just supposed to be silly, to Chesh. So let's pull some of those up. They're in our Discord DMs. So Chesh, I'm about to share some of our Discord DMs. Heads up.
Shit, no.
I know. Yeah, you're screwed.
screwed. I'm screwed.
Yeah. So everyone, the real truth is about to come out.
Shit.
Yeah, it's going to be
It's
pretty
okay.
bad.
It's all right.
Let's kind of scroll up as to where.
I'll forgive you this time.
Oh, thanks. Let's see.
This time.
Okay, so the first one I want to do is nano drone, right? This is yeah. So my idea here is it's rogue nanotechnology size modrons. So if you don't know what modrons are, they're creatures from the plane of Mechanus in D&D, which is the true lawful plane. Just not lawful good or evil, it's just lawful. And so these ones are nanotech size, and they result from too many modrons being destroyed in a single place at a single time. And they infect living things and turn them into mindless mechanical cogwork versions of themselves that act out the same basic actions that were their daily routine. And so they basically just turn into like actual mechanical NPCs within the setting. They're basically NPCs within the game where they're already NPCs. So that was
I like it.
yeah. I think
Go ahead. You go.
I think it would just be like really creepy, right? Like you come upon a village, and all the villagers are doing like the village stuff, right?
Yep.
But when you get closer, you realize, oh, they're all like weird, like cogwork robots. And they have like no actual ability to interact with you in a meaningful sense. They just keep going around their routines. I'm like, what could have happened? And like, from like this, the background information of the setting that like this is a real settlement that's just been there before. Like it's not like it didn't exist. It was a real thriving settlement at one point. Let's see.
I like it. I think that if you're going to do that, it's kind of like having like, this is a Loch Ness monster, but it's made up of interwoven smaller Loch Ness monsters. So it's like, it's a giant machine that is made up of smaller machines that are made up of then smaller mechanical parts.
Yeah.
So if you like break one, like if you smash one, it just scatters into pieces and all the pieces run away and then it reforms later.
Yeah, I like that.
That could be a lot of fun. You could also do it like mimic wise a little bit. So like instead of having an actual mimic, you've got a table that's made up of interwoven smaller tables, right? Like the
Fractal table.
Fractal tables, and like that ends up being kind of like wacky and silly, but it's a lot of fun. And then you could also have it where like maybe your players get infected with this. Like they get infected with the nanobot things, and so they've got to figure out what the hell they're gonna do and what that means and how they're gonna survive that being the situation that they found themselves in.
I like that. The next one I have is called Perfectly Ordinary Velociraptors. So in case you don't know, Velociraptors have a stat block in D&D. That's just a normal part of the monster manual. But here's my twist. They're normal turkey-sized Velociraptors, but if you fail a DC 17 will save, you see them as Jurassic Park Velociraptors. So
that's a little terrifying.
Yeah. So basically, they just have illusion magic, and they're actually just the relatively, not very dangerous Velociraptors that are actually, like roughly the size of turkeys, full of feathers and whatnot. But yeah, you fail that will save, and suddenly they look like 6-foot tall, scaly monsters from a movie. So that's more of a just a fun thing. There's Pie Mimic. It's a tiny mimic that can only take the shape of baked goods, and they're immune to fire damage. So they can be put in the oven.
Pie Mimic.
Yeah. Obviously, they could also be like cakes or muffins or cookies or brownies. Yeah, they could be all sorts of stuff, right? But they have to be baked goods, and they're tiny. So that's their size limit. And they're immune to fire damage. And so basically, you think you're about to have a nice little snack, and instead, oh no! A mimic has just grabbed your face.
Instead,
get a mimic on your face. Yeah.
Surprise! There's a mimic eating your face. It's kind of like that's what I would expect a face hugger mimic to look like and to behave. It disguises itself as food. So you deliver it right to your face, and then it's just like. I
also have one that just says Pseudo Dragon Swarm. So I guess that's all there is to it.
I mean, that's just. I think you can take basically any D&D monster and make it a swarm, which is terrifying in its own right, because that means you can have like a swarm. I mean, the nanobots would probably act as a swarm, right?
Oh yeah, probably.
Behave that way. So, but you could do that with kind of anything. So, like, pick a swarm of quaggoths.
Jeez.
By the way, I got a little extreme there, but
if we do get through the D&D stuff before the timer goes out, we do have more stuff that I can pull up in terms of videos and whatnot. So don't worry, we haven't run out of material, not even close.
Besides the fact that we could probably sit and talk about D&D for 3 hours.
Yeah. There's the Sturge Mother, the queen sturge who's the size of a medium airplane.
Ick.
Yeah,
I hate that.
Sturges are like bat-winged, but with 4 wings, blood-sucking parasites, or micropredators more specifically, from D&D. And I was like, what if one, but like the size of a big airplane, or medium-sized airplane, and it's the queen sturge. Let's see, the Club of Bunking is a +2 club that deals an extra 1d12 magical non-lethal damage to charmed or sexually aroused creatures. So basically, it's just the bat from the Bonk meme. So yeah, but by adding in charmed, it also actually makes it a reasonably useful item. So like, let's say you're going up against like a vampire who has charm person as a spell like ability that they can activate. Well, if that person can't pass the will save to break free of the charm, you could at least incapacitate them so they stop attacking you and your buddies and their buddies with the Club of Bonking.
There's also like a degree of nonsense that you can do around the concept of like dealing with vampires or dealing with succubus. It's like, do you run your succubus and incubus as if they are always horny?
I mean, probably, which is why you added double damage to incubus and succubus, to which I agreed.
Yes.
Let's see. Where's my next one? Oh, right. Dire Pink Fairy Armadillo. I think that one speaks for itself. It's a pink fairy armadillo, but big, and it can dig secret tunnels.
Secret tunnel.
Exactly.
Secret tunnel.
Let's see. I've got Living Miasma, incorporeal demon that makes people have indigestion. They suffer the poison condition. So it's like, as demons go, it's not terribly dangerous, but like it's just really super annoying, and it's going to piss everyone off. And if there's one thing demons like, it's causing chaos.
It's true.
Let's see. Augur Core. It's an infernal immobile construct. Sacrificing sapient creatures to it will give you one reroll of any d20 a number of times equal to half the hit dice sacrifice. So if you sacrifice 2 hit dice worth of sapient creatures to the Augur Core to the Augur Core, you get 1 reroll. That just persists until you use it. If you sacrifice 8, well, then you get 4. Also, it looks like a big spiky computer tower.
I like that.
Yeah. So yeah, just basically an evil computer, and it's powered by blood magic.
Good
Let's see.
times.
Yeah. Let's see. Sable Eagle says, LARP Sword, Holy Avenger, does 1d6 minus 5 damage, minimum 0, plus 1d10 plus 10 fire damage, and 1d10 plus 10 light damage against anything evil that it hits. In emergency, hit everyone. Nice. I like that it's like a foam sword, so it does essentially no damage on its own, but...
Yeah, but...
Yep. Let's see. Potion of Flight Breath. So it lets you breathe fire in a 15-foot cone for 2d8 damage, or gain the power of a flight spell, but you use it Godzilla style, where you fly by breathing the fire out and lifting off into the air via the fire breath. These
That's
effects
so
last...
silly.
I know. The effects last 2 turns. So you can get 1 turn of flight and 1 turn of fire breath, or 2 turns of flight, or 2 turns of fire breath out of it. Let's see. The Toe of Vecna. So in order to use it, you have to cut off your own toe and replace it with Vecna's toe. And it lets you cast Misty Step at will, but you have to pass a DC 12 Fortitude save, or you go to the ethereal plane and have to find your own way back.
That's rough.
It is
Going
rough.
to the ethereal plane and trying to find your way back from the ethereal plane is not easy if you don't have access to the etherealness spell.
Let's see. Chess says it also requires you to kick someone in the balls every fortnight.
Yeah, listen, anytime you're dealing with a Vecna item, you have to have like some contingency of you're doing evil.
Mhm.
So it like the eye has rules of things that it compels you to do, and so does the hand. So if you're not doing evil and taking specific actions, it doesn't grant you the power. So the toe has to like do something, and that's what I came up with.
Yeah. And I like it.
Yay!
Let's see. Michael Fox RDH for $5 says all computers are powered by blood magic. In many ways, that is also.
That's not wrong.
Trixie Purple adds Ring of Disengagement. You can disengage as a bonus action. Which makes it also sort of like Ring of kind of being a rogue.
Ring of kind of being a rogue.
Yep.
That's good. I like that.
Let's see. Giant Pycnogonid. Only those underwater. Attacks via Vor.
That'd be a ring that gives you that'd be pretty powerful. That'd be expensive. It either needs a downside. It must require attunement. It would have to require
almost certainly, yeah.
at least.
Yeah. So Giant Pycnogonid, so in case you don't know what a Pycnogonid is, it's also called a sea spider. So they're gangly guys who are mostly made of leg. They almost don't have bodies. Their legs are also full of guts because they don't have enough space in their body to like actually digest things. So they digest things in their legs. And their mouth part is basically just a big old proboscis that comes down and engulfs things, which is why I said attacks via Vor. So there's that. Beach Dragon. Its job is beach.
I like that one.
Yeah. It's a dragon, and it's got a job, and that job is beach. It's not a lifeguard dragon.
Beach.
It's not a surfer dragon. It's not a fisherman dragon. It's a beach dragon.
It's a beach dragon. And you know he looks like he's from Jersey Shore.
Or he's shaped like the dragon version of the Kool-Aid Man, according to Chesh.
Yes.
All right, we got...
Or he just is a beach.
Literally, the landscape is the beach dragon.
Yeah, he's just like, it's just a really big, long dragon that is like kind of sandy in nature.
Kind of sandy. Let's see. We got Bag of Dropping. It's a cursed bag of holding. Every day it drops one random item in it into the abyss.
That's horrifying.
It really is. Let's see. What else do we have here?
I said that, I think I responded to that one saying that somebody needs to give that to an arc. That'd be a great gift to an arc fae. Like, if you were trying to make a deal with an arc fae and you need to show up with a gift that would be so good. To be like, here you go, and then the arc fae would just be like, haha, troll. Because what else are they gonna do?
Yeah, basically. Let's see. Artillery Devil. It's an expert at calculus and tempts nerds with mathematical prowess.
I feel like you could put that, you could stack that onto a oh, what am I thinking of? Stack that onto a sphinx.
No idea. Oh, yeah, you could.
I got there. It's okay.
Yeah, because, like, look, devils are always tempting mortals with, like, money or, like, financial success or whatever. But what about the nerds? Yeah. What devils tempt the nerds? And what do they tempt them with? And the answer is mathematical expertise. The artillery devil, because you need good math to do artillery. So the artillery devil is going to help you with your math. It's basically the demon that helps you with your homework.
You could also do, like, if your world doesn't have good timekeeping, anybody who's like a sailor or a pirate would be super duper into that. Yeah. Because they got to do a lot of math. It's
true. Let's see, we got Katana of Honor. It's a +4 longsword, and if you ever turn down a duel or let an insult go unanswered, you have to take a DC 20 charisma save, or stab yourself. Because it's the Katana of Honor. And Jason Ross at 3657 has just joined at the Tetrapod level. Thank you very much. That is going to be an extra member, so that just extended our time here.
Yahoo!
All right, so let's see. I think the last one I had was the bottle of infinite but insufficient whiskey. So every hour, if this bottle is empty, it generates a third of a shot of low-quality whiskey. If you pour this whiskey into another container, it disappears in 2d20 minutes. Which means...
That's so sad.
Yeah, which means you can never actually use it to, like, realistically get drunk or anything, or do anything useful with the whiskey.
Yeah.
But there's an infinite amount of whiskey nonetheless.
It's one of those... it's one of those things where it's like, I hate this... And, like, whiskey is already, like, not good enough. Like, it doesn't taste good. So,
like some whiskeys.
Yeah, there are some whiskeys that are better than others, that's for sure. But, like, this isn't going to be a good whiskey, right? Like,
no.
This is going to be, like, Jack Daniels.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being fair.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think that's it for the magic items and creatures that I spent. And I know it doesn't take long to say them all, but I had to think them up in the moment. While I was under the effects of chemicals.
And then he just spammed me and sent them all to me, which was pretty funny.
You had the misfortune of being
I appreciate
awake.
being that person. There's one thing that we talked about is I have a whole quest line because for Vecna, right? So he brought up the toe of Vecna, and I was like, did I ever tell you about my whoops, we summoned Vecna storyline?
Yeah.
And basically the way it goes and the way it works is that every time you have to use the eye of Vecna, you have to gouge out your own eye and replace your eye with the eye. And I believe it's the left eye specifically. I think it's the left eye and the left hand, if I remember correctly.
That sounds right, but I don't honestly remember.
Because I also do think that I know enough players that would be dumb enough to not consider it when they cut off their hand and they would just give themselves 2 left hands.
Yeah, that could
be. Players would absolutely do that, and I would absolutely punish them for it, because that would be very, very, very funny. So to get the hand, you have to cut off your hand and then graft the hand to yourself. And again, they require you do...
Keep going. I'm going to go blow my nose.
And there is also the Book of Vile Darkness, which is generally considered something that belongs to Vecna. It's basically like a book of secrets that is filled with, like, it eats your soul if you get too close. Like, and when you open it, you have to roll a save to not get your soul drained into the book and all that kind of good stuff. So I was like, okay, there's got to be like some kind of like through line here, right? So I'm like, okay, but what if you open the book, you pick up the book with the hand of Vecna, open the book and read it with the eye, it's got extra secrets in it. And then I was like, but what if the extra secret is you summon Vecna? Like, your body just gets taken over by Vecna. So now one of your players or a couple of your players just definitively lost major portions of their bodies, and that broke apart, came together, and summoned Vecna, and now your players are like, shit. And so either now you're confronting a newly summoned Vecna, and if your players survive that encounter and have, like, let's say they have a get a jail free card, which by that point they might, right? Because it takes some time to go and get the eye and get the hand to find the book and then do something stupid with it. That you just yeet them to the Death Realm. You just yeet them straight into Death's Tower. And you're like, well, you're in Death's Tower now. Congratulations. You fucked up. And now you have to go fix it. So now you're starting in the Shadowfell, having to deal with the fact that you are the cause of Vecna now being on the material plane.
Which is not great.
Which is bad mojo, man.
Yeah. Oh, hey! Ninjester just gifted a Dapper Dinosaur membership. Thank you very much.
I just thought it was a really fun through line. So if I ever do a Top Hats Off
D&D
campaign,
game? Yeah,
that through line will exist. It'll be there. Like, those items will be there. Whether or not the players do it is another thing. And you might be able to influence them to do dumb things, and I'm all for that.
I mean, I probably can. People trust me for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, do it.
People are silly.
Hilarious.
Yeah, it's all right. So we do have more creationist nonsense that we're going to be getting into here because we do still have a little bit of time. But there is something I wanted to do real quick. I want to see if I have what I was looking for. Okay.
Is it me you're looking for?
It is actually you that I'm looking for. It's you in a nice face mask.
Oh.
Yeah. So there's Chesh, got her wonderful face mask on. So there you go. I saved that for a rainy day, and it turns out that
that rainy day is today.
Yep, it's today. All right, so let's add in a new.
You dick! I just saw it on the outside.
Oh, okay.
It looks like cement.
It does look like cement.
Wonderful.
It's true.
I'm glad it looks. It's supposed to be a charcoal mask, and I'm glad it looks more like cement than blackface. So like,
yeah, there is that. All right, so here we go. This is from CMI.
Greetings, everybody. I have a PhD in biology.
Greetings, guy who has a PhD in biology. Prixie Purple, who's been a member for 20 months, says, "Quick, we are low on time. More memberships." Yeah, or more Patreon. Let me double check the Patreon. Let's see. We were at. Yep, we're still where we were. All right, here we go.
Biology and also a bachelor's in computer science. And even though I'm a scientist, I'd like to say that I believe every single verse of the Bible.
That's literally impossible, buddy. But okay, you do you.
Creation really happened literally in 6 days, according to the book of Genesis. Today's topic will be about the biblical kinds and how the Bible views the origin of species.
See, I picked this in hopes that maybe we're going to get an actual useful definition for kinds. Now, we only have 8.5 or so minutes to get a useful definition of kinds, so, like, I'm not holding out a whole lot of hope. But you never know.
Now, this video is being pre-recorded, and if you have any questions, you can type them into the sidebar, and we will be available all throughout the presentation to answer your questions. I'd like to say a few words about Creation Ministries International. We're an information-based ministry. We have two goals.
Dude, no one cares. Come on.
And you can sign up if you go to Creation.
Okay, great.
Give a biblical response.
Yeah, okay.
Evolution is young people leave the faith by the time they get to college. Maybe you yourself know such a young person.
Dude, get to the point. Get to the point. I don't care how many people leave the church by the time they get to college. Let's say it's everyone or no one. Who cares? Let's go.
So let's compare and contrast evolution with creation. What is evolution all about? So as you can see on the screen, Evolution is an endless process of species.
What's an email zip code? I've never heard of such a thing. But we just got.
Did they just mess that up? Is that just a placeholder that they didn't fill in?
I don't know, but a few things. Bent gets free pizza just happened, and also J Don Booth 4042 gifted a membership. Thank you very much. All right, well, let's hit play.
Slowly changing into one another over many, many millions of years. First, we have a single cell organism, which turns into a sponge, which turns into a fish, and then a reptile, and then a mammal, and then an ape, and then finally humans at the very end.
So a few things. Let's see. Humans are still fish, if fish means anything. If it doesn't mean anything, then whatever. Sponges are not in the ancestry of humans, so we should yeet that right out of here. Reptiles, also not part of the ancestry of humans. No human ancestors are either sponges or reptiles. So we've got a few problems here. We're already strawmanning evolution, which is not a good way to start out. But yeah.
Oh, good.
It's important to note that evolution says that all species come from one another and that we're all interrelated and that...
Yep, you got that right. That's the first time you start out and gotten some good stuff in there.
Species
Hooray.
arise and then they go extinct over countless intermediates and over many millions of years. Evolution is millions of years of death, disease, pain, and suffering. You might remember the saying that nature is red in tooth and claw. If you remember watching a nature show, maybe you remember the lion chasing down the gazelle and then cutting its neck, and then the poor animal bleeds to death.
Jeez, dude.
Listening to this guy is painful already.
Why do we have to go into detail? Everyone knows that animals eat other animals. Just say it and move on. Get to a point. Guys, do you remember that time that you were watching the nature documentary and the lion bit into the neck and then the blood came out and then the fur tore around and then the hyenas came and then the lion chased off the hyenas and then the vultures came, but they had to wait for the hyenas to be done and for the lions to be done, and then the gazelle had a poor baby and that was sad? Do you remember that? Stop!
This is such a bad presentation.
Yeah, who is this guy?
Yeah.
He
failed that part of school, guaranteed.
So, Prixie Purple says, how did gifted Patreon memberships work? So, my understanding, because I'm not an expert, is that you send them to someone's email, they accept them, and then they get, I believe, an annual subscription or membership or whatever at the level that you gifted them. And I don't think it gets taken out of your account, that money, until someone accepts the thing, but I'm not positive about that. And then what that would add to this total here would be the roughly monthly rate that would equal out to. And we are actually at a higher level, so we went up to 861. So we now have a little bit more time, and that was thanks to, let's see, looks like Sharon Lane. Thank you very much, Sharon. All right.
A natural element of the process of evolution. But as opposed to this, 1 Corinthians 15:26 says that the last enemy to be destroyed is death.
Okay.
You see, God is a God of the living.
Hey, guess how much it matters to what a kind is, what 1 Corinthians 15:26 says? It's none.
Not at all.
Not at all, not even a little bit. Who cares, dude? Tell us what a kind is.
And not of the dead. God is not an ogre. He did not use death to create. That's why Jesus Christ rose from the dead and he conquered death for our sakes.
He's just preaching.
Is that why?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
You might remember Genesis chapter 1, verse 31. When God finishes creating everything, he says that everything that he has created is very good.
Which is weird, because then later on we get to Genesis 2, and in Genesis 2, God creates Adam after the animals in contradiction to what happens in Genesis 1, and then also says it is not good for man to be alone. So it seems like, despite the fact that apparently everything was very good at the end of Genesis 1, it wasn't actually very good.
It was in fact not very good.
Yeah, so what's going on there? Oh, it's that there's two stories in the Bible about creation, and they don't actually connect up well, and they contradict each other. Which is why you can't, it's actually logically impossible to be a biblical literalist, because you cannot take both of those stories literally. because they contradict each other.
It's perfect in every way. It's a paradise. No sin, no death, no suffering. These
According to whomst?
Him.
Not everybody's paradise is the same. So whose paradise are we talking about? One man's toxic sludge is another man's potpourri.
Are you a servant of Nurgle?
Maybe, but also Oscar the Grouch is very, very happy in his trash paradise.
True. Yeah. As are many opossums and many raccoons.
Right. So, like, whose paradise are we talking about?
Also, lots of coyotes. Coyotes love trash.
I don't blame them. That's why they grab babies sometimes, I think.
Is that why?
Yeah, because babies smell like garbage.
It's true. Okay.
only came into the world as a result of Adam's sin. Let's see what Jesus...
Hey, if there was a perfect world, how does that allow for sin? Isn't that an imperfection?
I feel like maybe this is the worst possible interpretation.
Maybe.
This has to say
I feel like Bible literalism has to be the worst possible interpretation of the Bible.
Yeah, probably. If you're trying to do it for like your own theology or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's probably one of the dumber options you could choose.
The worst.
In Mark chapter 10, verse 6, Jesus says, "But from the beginning of creation, God made them male and female." So this means that humans have always been around all throughout history, ever since creation 6,000 years ago.
Can I nitpick a technicality?
Go for it.
History only started because we started looking at things that happened, so without us there would be no history, technically.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
by definition.
Like, technically, history is stuff we know about the past as a result of contemporaneous writings about the past, which means that until there's written language, there is no history. There's prehistory.
And then there's somebody to interpret it.
Yeah. So, yeah, it would be logically impossible for humans to post-date history, because then who would be writing down the history?
This is like saying, before time exists, things happen, and it's like that literally can't happen. That's impossible. You can't have no time and events taking place simultaneously.
All right.
As opposed to this, evolution says that first there was a big bang, then the Earth started forming ever so slowly, and then species started evolving over countless intermediates over millions of years. And finally, sort of like a cosmic afterthought, humans only arrive on the scene at the very end of this cosmic process. But now, let's take a look at what the Bible has to say about the origin of species.
Didn't we just do that?
Genesis chapter 1, verse 24.
I think we did.
God said, "Let the earth bring forth living creatures according to their kinds, livestock and creeping things, and beasts of the earth according to their kinds." Now notice that I underlined the word kinds twice because it's a key concept. You see, the Bible doesn't talk about individual species. Rather, it describes different kinds of animals and plants. We shouldn't force our modern view of science onto the Bible.
Oh, buddy. I would like it if you had any science that you could put anywhere in here.
This is painful.
There's a misconception that many people may have. They think, or they've been told, that species are individual entities and that they form sort of like a lawn. And on this lawn...
I don't know anyone who would say that they form like a lawn. Just say just say species level special creation, buddy. Just say it. Just say it. That's what you mean.
A lawn? Like with grass?
Yeah, because if you look at his chart, apparently those lines are supposed to look like grass. They don't, but like whatever.
Is this grass for ants? That's the way ants see grass?
Oh, it's pain. And also notice, we didn't at any point get to what a kind is. We all know what kinds are, like why you're saying kinds exist, buddy.
We have little blades of grass, each representing a single species, which remains unchanged during time. Now this picture is false because it came from the taxonomist Charles Linné in the 18th century.
What, it's wrong because it came from him?
Yeah, I guess that guy sucked.
As you can see.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. What a loser.
Yeah, oh my god, he was wrong about something historically, maybe, allegedly. Because he was him, though. Not because he was actually wrong, just because he's that guy. That's how I feel about Steve.
Okay. I wasn't
He's
planning on
wrong
talking
because
about
he's-
Steve.
Because he's Steve. Sorry,
Fair.
I can help it.
I guess. By the way, we're actually getting pretty close to the fancy avatar / Steam key. So if you want that Steam key to drop,
Oh, yeah, well, I wasn't planning on showing my concrete face, and we'll see how that went.
technically you didn't show your concrete face. I showed your concrete face.
Ah!
I warned you when you shared that with me. I was like, I'm saving this and I'm gonna use
That
it
was
someday.
Like,
It was
that was a long time.
it was like 2 years ago or something.
Yeah, years.
I've just been
Dapper's
keeping
been,
that
like,
in my whole
holding
back
on to
pocket.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Good God.
Yep.
I forgot about it.
I sure didn't.
In this orchard, we have individual trees, and each tree represents a single kind, each kind covering a number of species.
Right, but here's the thing about the orchard thing, right? It's always extremely obvious that all you're doing is just cutting off the lower branches arbitrarily. That's all that's happening. Nothing else besides that is happening. We just got 5 gifted memberships from Joshua Geese. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, here we go.
So, for example, we have dogs, we have apes, we have birds, we have triceratops kind, etc.
A Triceratops kind, do we?
Buddy,
Are-
that's
are-
probably the
are-
ceratopsian kind is probably what you're going for there.
Probably.
Yeah, or maybe ceratopsidae, because for some reason, I do happen to know that the Ark Encounter kinds list like separates out like ceratopsidae from protoceratopsidae from like leptoceratopsidae, because there's a few families within ceratopsia, but they also form one of our best transitional sequences in the Mesozoic. So it's really weird to lump them into different groups because like they form like just a chef's kiss perfect series of transitional forms. So you would think that they would be rather more inclined to just lump them into one group, but they don't. And it's like, okay, hey, if you want to say that all these obviously related ceratopsians have no relationship to each other, I guess I can't stop you.
Now, it's important to note that according to the creation model, in each kind we have a blue line cutting through each tree. This represents the flood. This means that Noah took on board 2 of each kind onto the ark. Now let's examine one of these kinds.
Okay.
For example,
I
let's take
have-
a look at the
I have something for the chat who's ever fast enough. There's a gifted membership link, and I'm gonna post it because I have status to do so. So there's a gifted link, so whoever clicks it fast enough gets it. Are you guys ready?
Was this for the Patreon?
2, 1. And now I have to wait 5 seconds for the thing to catch up.
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Heather Kuhn says, apparently I got a membership it's a membership, but I can't find the membership milestone chat. It should be in the same section as the super chats. Although if you haven't actually been a member for a full month, you probably don't have access to one yet. So, also, if we're doing for the same kind, different species, why are we doing all the same genus? Do you not think that the other genera of cats are in the same kind? Why are they all Panthera? I mean, to be fair, it's a cool genus. Like, no shade on Panthera as a genus, it's very cool, but like, why not show, like, I don't know, a European wildcat and a snow leopard or something?
cat kind. Here we have the lion, the leopard, and the tiger.
The lion,
look at
the
these-
witch, and the audacity of this bitch.
Oh, look! The Cauliflower Emperor says, I got it.
Yay!
Yay!
Congratulations, Cauliflower Emperor. Enjoy all of the insane amount of content that is actually there. Like, there's already a lot of publicly available content for Dapper, but you have his backlog and membership stuff is crazy. There's so much.
Yeah, there's 20-something videos that you can just watch, each of which is about an hour or so long, I think.
Yeah, so enjoy that.
Yeah, you've got at least a day's worth of binge material just right there.
Yeah.
Animals, you can recognize a cat when you see one. Now this means that
Can
there's
you?
a variety within a kind.
I don't think you can. I don't believe
I don't
this guy
know.
could.
Maybe he couldn't, but I could.
You could. You're a professional.
Yeah, but also I can recognize a carnivoran when I see one, right? So does that mean there's a carnivoran kind? I can recognize a mammal when I see one. Does that mean that there's a mammal kind? I can recognize a vertebrate when I see one. Does that mean there's a vertebrate kind? I can recognize a bilaterian when I see one, at least usually. Does that mean there's a bilaterian kind? You wouldn't say yes to any of these. Yeah,
I
earthworms are
recognize
bilaterians.
Jim. Does that count?
I'm gonna go with yes. For these purposes,
Earthworm
yes.
Jim. Through soil he did crawl, Earthworm Jim, a
So,
super suit and fall.
right
Does he
now-
become a different kind when he gets the super suit?
Sure, why not?
I mean, he grows eyeballs and stands up and starts talking.
I mean, that is a pretty big shift.
Because Jim was just an earthworm.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to run it by all the biologists. But so far, the only thing that could come close to a definition that we've heard is if you could recognize them as the same group, then they're a kind. Well, problem is that that means universal common ancestry is perfectly valid within this paradigm.
Yep.
There's multiple species within a kind, and species within a kind can interbreed with one another. So that means that if we take the lion and the tiger, we'll get what is known as a liger. What an interesting animal. Not too many people actually know about such hybrid animals.
I've seen a
I think
liger
they
in
do.
real life. Yeah.
If you're gonna pick one that people do in fact know about, this is one of them.
Yeah.
So species can mix with one another within a kind, but species will not mix from two separate kinds. You can't cross a rhinoceros with a giraffe.
Why does it have a whale face?
What?
It's got a humpback whale face. It's got a rhino body and ears, and it's got giraffe legs, and it's poorly
And the giraffe
photoshopped.
tail. Can you imagine something that heavy on those spinally legs?
So, is he trying to imply that like actual like non-science deniers think that these should be things that should happen, like a giraffe turtle, which by the way is actually pretty adorable. I would totally keep a giraffe turtle as a pet.
That's kind of cute.
The whale, rhino, giraffe is just horrifying, but I would totally keep a giraffe turtle as a pet.
Yep.
Maybe that can be the next Avatar hybrid animal.
We also do like turtles here.
Yeah.
Or a turtle with a giraffe. These animals, they simply don't breed with one another.
The chimera kind.
This means that there are very real physical and also genetic barriers between animals from separate kinds.
Okay, but not all cats can breed with each other. So if we're using that as our definition for the kind, is there more than one cat kind? The same thing is true for many of the groups that creationists call kinds, right? Like, not all seals can breed together, yet creationists will often say that pinnipeds are a kind.
Right.
How does any of
And
this
we
work?
all know that seals are just water dogs.
It's true, although actually they're
So-
closer to water bears than they are to water dogs.
That's okay. Dogs are also bears.
Or are bears also dogs?
Actually, bears aren't real. Bears are just people in suits.
Are you Hans Wormhot?
I don't know who that is. So yes.
He's the guy who says that basically all the animals that he hasn't seen, like himself in person, living around where he lives, are just people in costumes or robots.
Oh
They're there
no,
to trick you.
definitely not.
He's
No,
like,
I'm
gorillas,
no.
not real. People in costumes.
No, no. I definitely am not like that. I have seen bears in person, and they are people in suits.
Okay. Did Matt read and misunderstand the paper, or did he just not read it? He didn't even read it is 66%, Turtle 27%, and Red misunderstood is 7%. So my audience has no faith in the ability of Matt to actually read things, and that was with 81 votes. So thank you very much.
I forgot that we did a poll.
I sure didn't.
Hey.
Did you know that about 10% of all animal species and 25% of plant species are capable of forming hybrids with one another? And we've seen the liger.
What?
I mean, did I know those numbers off the top of my head? No, I also don't trust you to successfully report the accurate numbers, but like whatever. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information.
I think you're lying to me.
Well, there could be that too.
But if you cross a camel with a llama, you'll get a camel.
Cool.
If you cross a cow with a bison, you'll get a beefalo.
Neat.
If you cross a zebra with a donkey, you'll get a zonkey. A zebra crossed with a horse is a zorse. If you cross a goat with a sheep, you'll get a jeep. You can also cross pigs and
The fact that
boars.
he didn't just
And if
put up
you-
a picture of a Jeep, like the car, is I'm offended and actually upset. Like,
Yeah.
why would you not put a picture of an actual Jeep, like a car Jeep, on the screen? Missed opportunity. Ah!
Becca Justiniano 79999
Very
says,
upsetting.
"Quick, someone give some memberships." Better be pretty quick because we only have a minute and a half.
cross a grizzly bear with a polar bear, you'll get what is known as a pizzly bear. And if you cross a whale with a dolphin, you'll get what is known as a whalfin. Now, some people think that if
Pizzly
you cross
bear?
animals
Yeah.
with one another in this
Polar bear father, grizzly bear mother. It's a pizzly bear. It's a real thing.
It's just a person in a suit.
Okay.
fashion, that these hybrid animals, they're sterile and they're not capable of breeding with one another. But that's not true. If you cross a lion with a liger, you'll get a liger. If you cross a tiger with a liger, you'll get a liger.
Okay, so only female ligers are fertile, and only some of them. So while these are things that are at least possible, they're extremely rare. But like, okay, sure.
Let's look at some even more of these animal hybrids. If you cross a coyote with a wolf, you'll get a coy wolf. If you cross a puma and a leopard, you'll get an interesting animal called a puma pard. You can also cross different species of
Wow, this is
of
disappointing.
ducks and mallards.
Oh,
You'll
we got
get
5 more memberships.
And if you cross
Find
a
me
yak
on
with
Discord.
a buffalo, you'll get what is
Prixie
known as
purple.
a yakalo. Let's examine the dog
A
kind.
yakalo.
Did you know that in the past 200 years, animal breeders have been capable of breeding more than 400 breeds of dogs?
I did know that, actually. Yes, I did know that. Did you know that, Chesh?
No.
What? Don't you know about doggos?
I know about doggos. I like doggos.
Well, you didn't know this bit. And then
I
also, let's see, Michael Fox has gifted a membership, and Templar Warden joined at the tetrapod level. So we got a couple more memberships here, which means we did, in fact, get to the, Fancy Avatar and Steam Key. So here comes the Steam Key. Remember, you do not have to be a channel member. You do not have to be a patron. You do not have to have super chatted. You do not have to have done anything other than be here and be fast to get the Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remastered Steam Key. If you try to claim it and either you succeed or fail, at me and let me know. And then Jessica
Yahoo!
Transmetal Alchemist has gifted 5 more Dapper Dinosaur memberships. So thank you very much.
MetaGeeky also, if you're fast enough, has given out another Patreon link. So I will post that momentarily.
Awesome.
This is hardly the evolutionary timescale, and this fits much, much better with creation. Now, we've been talking
does
about
it?
animals, but
No.
can plants also form hybrids?
No,
No.
no.
Geez. Hey, can plants also hybridize? Dude, no one who believes in science is denying hybridization of closely related organisms, or in some cases, even fairly distantly related organisms. Remember, there were hybrids of the American paddlefish and the American sturgeon. That's pretty unusual. Those things have a divergence time of like 150 million years or something.
Let's look at Genesis 1, verse 11.
Okay.
And God said, let the earth
do we have
sprout
to?
vegetation,
Yeah.
plants yielding seed, and fruit trees bearing fruit, in which
Dark Law Dragon got the Steam Key. Awesome. Thank you very much, Dark Law Dragon, and congratulations. The next Steam Key is Vermintide 1, not Vermintide 2.
is their seed, each according to its kind, on the earth. And it was so. So as you can see, the Bible also mentions different kinds of plants. So we can cross different species of strawberries. We can cross an apricot with a plum. We'll get what is known as a plumcot.
I did not know this was going to be this bad.
This is so bad.
This is the worst.
This guy sucks.
He really sucks. Yeah, like he's a charisma black hole. Like, dude, what are you doing? Although I do really like the look of that pine berry.
I feel like he's more of like a charisma, well, I guess black hole makes sense. Never mind, I take it back.
I like the white flesh with the red seeds on the pine berry. That's pretty cool.
That is neat.
I want some of those.
We can also
Yum, yum, yum,
cross
yum,
a
yum, yum.
mandarin and a red finger lime to get a blood lime. We can also cross raspberry and blackberry, and we'll get what is known as a Tayberry, named after our CMI colleague Joel Tay.
Wait, Joel Tay has a berry named after him? That's freaking cool. And Joel Tay has one of my favorite names of all the CMI guys. Joel Tay is a good name.
Cool.
Yeah. Now, Joel Tay is, you know, a bit of an idiot when it comes to anything to do with science, as far as I can tell. However, it's got a cool name, and I like that he has a berry named after him. Yeah.
That is neat.
Yeah. Good job, buddy. You did it.
That's just a joke.
Wait, what?
No, we've
Wait, he
talked about-
doesn't?
It's not named after him? Dude, I took you seriously. I was congratulating Joel Tay.
Man.
I've been bamboozled.
Oh, that's so sad.
Oh, man. Come on. How are you going to do that to me?
One time he actually said something. We took him seriously because he's got no cadence. This man has no inflection.
Serious. And it would have been cool if, you know, like,
Oh.
maybe, I don't know, maybe Joel Tay has, like, a hobby of, like, breeding fruits in his backyard or some crap. That's a thing people do. I feel upset.
Animals and plants which exist in the present. But what about animals which have gone extinct? What about dinosaurs? Did you know that creation scientists have estimated that there are about 55 different dinosaur kinds?
I've heard different numbers, but yeah. You know how they estimate it? They look at groups whose name ends in IDAE, which is the family level prefix or suffix, sorry, in like Linnaean taxonomy. Yeah. Julian Delicato for 7715, who's been a member for 24 months, is at the Tetchbot level, says, that's a joke that did land so hard. Yeah, I mean, I'm just disappointed, though, that it was only a joke.
I'm so sad.
Yeah, I wanted there to be a berry named after Joel Tay. Now, maybe I should email Joel Tay and be like, dude, you need to get a berry named after you. Like,
You
let's
have a
go.
berry. Ask him if he's got a berry named after him. Maybe this guy is just messing with us.
It's not a joke, and that is actually named after Joel Tay.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Like we also just misunderstood the joke or what he was saying.
Maybe.
Maybe.
That would be the best option. I want there to be a
That
berry
would be the
named after
best
him.
outcome. Yeah. No, absolutely.
Each representing about 10 to 30 different species. So let's take a look at these dinosaur species. Now, in reality, researchers count 7.
Hey, Chesh, do you want to guess how many species are on screen right now?
1.
Yeah, it's 1. Those are all the same species. Stygimoloch, Spinifer, and Dracorex harwartia are all both junior synonyms for Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis, because those are both juvenile forms of Pachycephalosaurus.
That means I am not the dumbest.
No, you're not. I mean, we had Raw Matt earlier, so, like, you would be hard-pressed to be the dumbest.
That is a low bar. That is a pretty low bar.
Yeah.
That is a pretty low bar.
Yeah, anytime Raw Matt is involved, it's pretty much guaranteed that he's going to be the dumbest person in the room.
Yeah.
You could bring in some wilted broccoli, and he would still be dumber than the wilted broccoli.
Yeah.
Because at least I've never been lied to by wilted broccoli.
Oh, fair enough.
100 species of dinosaurs. But what's with this big number? You see, when a researcher finds a new fossil, it's very many times it's fragmented, doesn't have the muscles or the skin on it. And if a researcher can find a new species of dinosaur, he'll also get more.
Tad is Bad says, at the beginning of the stream, in your wildest imagination, did you think you were going to be hoping for a CMI guy to have a berry named after him at this point? No, I did not think that was going to happen. In fact, honestly, the time when I thought that Joel Tay had a berry named after him was probably the best part of the entire stream
Best
for me.
part of this stream, for
Yeah.
at least when we're watching these people talking.
I was enthusiastic. I was
stuff
like,
was
God
pretty
damn,
good.
yeah. But, yeah, I'm very disappointed.
Research money.
Very
so that
disappointed?
tends to multiply the number
Yes.
of dinosaur species. So are these dinosaurs, are they 1 or 3 separate species? What's your guess?
It's 1.
The thing is that if we look at the one on the left, it's a juvenile individual. The one on the right is nearly mature, and the one here on the bottom is an adult version of the dinosaur species Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis. That was a mouthful. So let's take a look at some of these.
He's so flat, dude.
Yeah,
Unreal.
honestly, if I just listen to this voice on its own, I might think it was AI, except that he has a slight speech impediment, and no one's going to do that with their AI.
Yeah, this is, oh my god. He's so unbelievably flat.
Becca Chistaniano says, Chesh, Dapper, are you in danger of falling asleep as I am from this guy? Not entirely, because, like, I can pause him and, like, chat with you guys, chat with Chesh. So,
yeah, if this wasn't a stream, I could not. I'd have this guy on for 30 seconds, and I'd be like, I'd stop listening. Instantly. It would have been 5 words, and my brain would have been, bye! So long, I'm out.
That's why I'm here. Keep it lively.
Geez.
And also to show off, you know, Chesh's face mask.
Okay.
You didn't think that was coming up today, did you?
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Dinosaur kinds. This is the Triceratops kind. And if
okay. So
that's the second time he's gone for Triceratops kind.
So this part of this is a little disappointing, right? So is this Ceratopsia as a whole, or is this Ceratopsidae? Because all we're being shown are Ceratopsids. Oh wait, no, we have Leptoceratops, so that's Leptoceratopsidae. So okay, fair enough. You know what? I take it back. Maybe this is Ceratopsia. I just wasn't paying enough attention. I retract my question. He has, in fact, unambiguously shown us that it is Ceratopsia. Ninjester for $5 says, but are you Sorbo disappointed?
Disappointed!
One of the best things he's ever done in a whole sea of really, really crappy things that he's done.
Yes.
you can notice that there's quite a bit of variety within this kind. The animals look similar to one another, but yet they're also different.
Right, but that's what common ancestry is. And you'll also notice that Ceratopsians look similar to other things, like other ornithischian dinosaurs to which they're closely related. Right? And you'll notice that all, like, say, the ornithischian dinosaurs look similar to each other. And then we'll find out that, well, yeah, but they also look similar, especially in the earliest members of this Ornithischia, to Saurischian dinosaurs, who also look like each other, especially in the earliest members. And then they all look like a whole lot like our earliest not quite dinosaurs, who then look like our earliest archosaurs, who then look like some of our earliest amniotes. See how it just keeps on going? And if you just cherry pick out a bunch of groups and you don't bother to show what actually connects them, then you get this impression. It's sort of like it's actually somewhat similar to like how Americans like conceptualize racial categories, even though they don't exist. But what's happening is you're getting like weird subsamples of people from different parts of the world and shoving them into a location where now they look like distinct groups. But if you were to walk between all the places that they lived, you wouldn't see distinct abrupt changes in how people looked. You would see continuous gradations between the populations. Which is why races aren't real in terms of biology. They only exist as social constructs. Similarly, to some extent, different groups of organisms, while they're more real, they still are connected to each other. And if you're going to pretend that they're not by just cherry picking very different groups and not showing the connections, then it's easy to say, oh yeah, there's all these distinct kinds. But there's not, though.
The real Melly said that they don't know how to find me on Discord, but they posted another link to gifted memberships for the Patreon in the general chat of Dapper's Discord.
Oh, it better show up real fast because we are about to get out of here.
Oh man.
They each have horns, this horny beak, and also this big shield-like structure around their head. If you look at the Tyrannosaurus kind, you'll see that these animals
Tyrannosaurus kind! This guy's just making shit up.
That's a genus. Those are Tyrannosauroids, broadly, if I'm looking at this correctly. Yeah. Alright, well, we just hit 0 on the stream timer. I'm going to refresh Patreon, and unless it has gone up, which it has not, we're going to get out of here. So, thank you so much. We did not make it all the way to Goji Dapper. Sorry about that, DM Wing. But we did get to the point where it's on the board. So,
we finished a whole half-an-hour video, talked a little bit about D&D. Then we got way more D&D stuff to talk about. So if we want to do another one of these, then let us know in the comments down below.
Yeah. So, thank you so much for everyone for coming along. I don't think this guy is actually going to tell us what a kind is. He hasn't even come close in the 11 and a half, or no, almost 12 minutes that we've been watching.
He's just making things up. He's just making up kinds. He's just like, this thing kind, this thing, and he's just arbitrarily throwing groups around because he thinks they look similar to each other, in his opinion.
Chesh, you got anything you want to tell people about that's coming up?
No, go away. Don't come anywhere near me. Dumb
Okay.
Fuck Friday's a thing. Also, Saturday, Debate Hub on Saturday.
There you go.
If you like philosophy.
Who likes philosophy? Philosophy.
Literally, that's the whole
Weirdos.
point of the show. The whole point is that nobody's happy here.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
So what's coming up on this channel? So tomorrow we have a premiere. It is Baritone Science Denial. So we got a guy who has a great voice, but who is going to say some really stupid stuff. That's coming up at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Let's see. We've got on Friday, I will be doing a stream over on Top Hats Off. I'll keep working on the Plague Bearer. I have a few more things I want to add. I want to add like some like items for him to hold. I'm also going to add in a big old like open tear in the gut where there's like gross entrails spilling out. It's gonna be fun.
Yay!
Yeah. So let's see. That's Friday. Then Saturday, I should be back with the Dapper Reacts with Kip and Vishanti. And then on Tuesday, we should be doing Kent with Bent. With Bent. You know Bent. Bent is cool. We like Bent here. The last thing I want to say is I do have as the pinned chat here a link to a fundraiser for Roshina. Roshina has been having a rough time. She basically, what I think was, I'm not a lawyer, but it seems like it was a legally dubious firing in terms of like violating the Americans with Disabilities Act, but I'm not a lawyer. But
Legal dubious.
yeah, that stranded her basically out in Silicon Valley, which is an extremely expensive place to live and also an extremely expensive place to move out of. And so she is currently a little stuck and needs some help. She is trying to prevent becoming homeless and losing access to healthcare. So right now we are at 36% of the goal, and that is in just a couple days. So I want to say thank you very much to everyone who has supported her. And yeah, check that out if you have any, anything to spare. I'm sure she would appreciate it. And that's basically it here. The only other thing I have to say is that furthermore, ICE must be abolished.
Before you leave, Weasel, Max Cherry, North Texas Fossils, John Ackerman, Sphincter of Doom, Regios, Landon, Ian Chen, Eleron Teller, Phil Gavara, Kelvin Brostek Van Manen, Joshua Geese, Wallace, Dan Sheedy, The Plastic Mouse, Arrow Dodger, and Gordon Loves Science. It's because of my channel members and patrons whom you're seeing on screen that this channel can stay afloat. Without you, it would all shut down. If you want to join the team, there's a link to join the channel below this video, and there's a link to join the Patreon in the description. On the Patreon, you can get a 15% discount for pledging annually, and either way, you get early access to virtually all of my scripted videos months before they come out for the general public. Thanks for watching.